Hi, your favorite witch. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let me know if y'all can hear me well, what the volume's like. Hey, Neely. Hey, Omar. Hey, Antoine. Did you sleep? Yeah, I slept like 3 hours. Dan, shut your bitch ass up. Ryan, what's wrong? Who hurt you today? You're allowed to tell me to shut my bitch ass up, but you can't spam, okay? You can say it once. I heard it. I read it. I saw it. My mom hurt you? Damn. Bro, you got rejected by my mom? One day a woman will say yes to you. One day, maybe. Um, I know it can be a lonely existence, being so hateful and weird, but need another Daniverse meetup for sure. That King E guy is requesting. What was his situation yesterday? King E, was that the that was the fraud? Oh yeah, this is the Isaiah hater. Oh, no wonder he's here. Is the new mic in? Yes, but we took a poll last night and the old mic won the poll. Platforming a fraud. Big dog, I'm just going to say it one time. I know you know this because I said it yesterday. If the bar for being a fraud is being sued once and you voted for a convicted felon who has been sued 1,000 times, then I think it's really, really weird for you to say anything about Isaiah, right? Any updates on Isaiah and his stances regarding Israel? I don't know his stance on Israel at all, actually. Um, I don't think it came up in the Houston debate, and frankly, I mean, I guess I get why it wouldn't. Dan, it's okay when their guy does it, duh. And what's wild is not even it. This isn't even oh, Isaiah was like convicted of one thing and Trump was convicted of a bunch of things. It's Isaiah was sued once, and that in his head he said, okay, so Isaiah Martin's a bad person. He was on the live yesterday, so this guy's like, Isaiah was sued, so that probably means that it's true. So that means he's a bad person. I was like, oh, okay. So what if someone is convicted? And he's like, well, then they definitely are a bad person. Okay, and if they're convicted of something like fraud 34 times. Wait, the same dude that told you? No, different dude, different dude. It's this guy here. I'll bring him up for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Hold on. Oh, what? He left the request box right when I said I would bring him up. What a pussy ass bitch. Holy shit. Is it snowing in here? Yeah, it's for the, because we're going to play a video and TikTok is weird with, anyone can file a lawsuit, doesn't make it legit. Trump does it all the time. Yeah. Like, and that's, the thing is, it's like, it's such a far stretch. It's not even um, like a one felony count versus 34 felony counts. It's 0 versus 34. Not to mention all the civil lawsuits, which is, by the way, what this lawsuit is. It's a civil lawsuit. It's not even a criminal lawsuit. So like he just hates Isaiah, which is fine. You can hate Isaiah, but just, say it with your chest why you hate Isaiah. It's not because he got sued 10 months ago. That's not the reason you hate Isaiah. Who was it? King E. That was his name. Hey everybody, welcome in. Okay, hold on. Do we have Twitch in the house? Twitch can hear. YouTube can hear. YouTube, just an FYI, there's a possibility that the live will go down while we're watching the video. If that happens, if the live goes down while we're watching the video, we're still going to be live on Twitch and TikTok. Okay. Links are in the bio. It's Dan Malek Politics everywhere. I think on every platform except for Twitter, which is Dan Malek Politic, because Elon couldn't afford to give me one more letter. Oh, hey, Feisty again, and the rest of you. Oh, Feisty bot. Hey, everybody. There's a lot of people to say hi to. I don't think I'll be able to get to all of them. Have you started it yet? No, we're starting right now. Although there was a guy that told me to shut my bitch ass up in chat who's requesting. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna see what he wants. Hi there.
Dan, what's up, man? You still grifting online like a fucking loser that you are?
What is
Begging
grifting?
people for money?
What is grifting?
Well, Dan, you don't have a fucking job.
Okay. All right. So that's just. It's just a question.
So you're gonna mute me?
Why
now?
is it so? I don't like conversations where a question just flies. You just can't answer the question. I asked you what is grifting, and your brain malfunctioned.
Yeah, you don't have a job, so you beg people for money online.
Okay, is that what grifting is?
Like, Dan, you don't have to stand on the corner of a road.
Is that
and
what
beg people
grifting
with a
is?
sign
Why can't
anymore.
you answer the question?
You grift online with your fucking
What
Cash App and your
is
Venmo.
grifting? I'm
'cause
banned on
you're a
Cash App.
bum loser,
Excuse you. I'm banned on Cash App for alleged sexual favors. Okay. First of all, I literally do not care what you think about me. I'm just curious what you think grifting is.
Wait, you got banned on Cash App for sexual fate? Wait, back up for a second, bro.
MAGA are they're
Wait,
literally
wait a
the
minute,
gulliblest
bro.
people
Hold
on earth.
You
Oh
can't
my
skip
god.
that shit, bro.
The actual
Explain.
most gullible people on earth. Ryan West got kicked from Dean's Live for being a pedophile. Eat shit. Get out of here. Thank you. Thank you, Santana, for the warning. Mods, feel free to block. We do not platform pedophiles. He defended child rape. Oh yeah. No, I'm so good on that. Mods, feel free to block. Okay, we're going to. Santana pulled up with the curry range, bro, for real. Also, I don't know if I'm assuming that this would have been filtered on TikTok, and that's why you texted me. Okay. W Santana pulled up with the curry range is fucking funny. All right, we are gonna get started. Let me grift a little bit here. If you have $1.5, 1.5 pennies, okay, and you haven't sent one yet today, if you can send your daily heart me, that would be awesome. Daily heart me's are really good for protecting the live. We're going to be reacting to something, which is something that TikTok might not like exactly. So, did any of the mods block the Ryan West guy? Vote. I want to make sure he gets blocked before we start and forget. Let me scroll up here. Ryan West. Oh, Ryan West. Got him. Mods. Oh, nope. Someone else got him. All right, W, whoever got him. Thank you. W Neely. All right, here. Oh, damn, that was 20 heartbeats. Thank you, everybody. I cleared between 8 and 10 cents on those. Like, total. So I just grifted for 9 cents on average. Let's fucking go. All right, we're going to get started right now. Vote. I agree. Thank you, Stacy, for the level up sparks. Who sent the other one? The first don't boo vote. Who was that? GG, thank you for the level up sparks. Famously a grifter. Let's go 9 cents. Yeah, so basically, for each heart me, I clear between 0.4 and 0.5 cents. So really, really taking it home today. All right, we'll put up another one, and we're going to start right now. Love y'all. Okay, so what we are doing is we are watching Isaiah Martin versus 20 MAGA Republicans on famously well, okay, maybe I shouldn't trash the platform in the actual React video, okay? But I have some qualms with Jubilee, but all right.
Vote.
No, we're leaving that. We're getting rid of that, and no, we're leaving that. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm trying to think if maybe I should mirror the image on YouTube. We'll see how it goes. People on YouTube, just a heads up, if it goes down, Twitch, TikTok. It's Dan Malek Politics on both.
Pay more for everything that comes from Canada because they showed a commercial you didn't like.
How's the volume, everybody? Volume good? Like if I were talking at the same time, I should be a little bit louder.
That sounds like being
so like
a snowflake. If you
this
ask
guy
me.
They're posting.
looks like he cut his hair with
I don't know
buttered
if you're
corn.
acting stupid or you're.
Am I louder than the video by a little bit? The video is louder than Dan. Okay, then I have to lower it just a little bit. No, you are not. Okay, let's try this again.
Purposely just like misconstruing what I'm saying.
Okay.
Americans pay more
Testing,
for everything
testing.
that comes from Canada because they showed a commercial you didn't like. That sounds
Okay,
like being a snowflake. If you ask me.
They're posting.
This
Bro,
that dude looks like
I don't know
he
if you're acting
lives
stupid or
in
you're
his mom's
purposely
basement.
Just like
Still a
misconstruing what
bit
I'm
louder.
saying.
Video is still louder. Okay.
So you just made Americans pay
What about now?
for everything that comes
This dude looks like he wears socks in the shower.
commercial you didn't like. That sounds like being a snowflake. If you ask me.
They're posting, bro.
That's great. Too quiet.
Acting stupid or you're purposely just like.
It's too quiet. Too far. Okay. Oh, perhaps a large Rubio in the studio who could cover this stream. That's a funny comment. Get it together, Dan.
It did happen. Yeah,
Okay,
we had
testing,
athletes that
testing.
were outside of the country for transgender balls, transgender plays, for things that are outside
Fuck
of
is she talking about? Testing.
It did happen.
Good.
We had
Perfect.
for things that are outside of the
That's
country
better.
For trans
Okay. On YouTube, it was good at first before you change the settings. Okay. I know what the issue is. We need to raise our mic volume on TikTok rather than lowering the YouTube volume. Can we turn off captions? I'm pretty sure more people want captions than not. I'll put it to a poll, but like I don't even know if we should like captions are they help people that might be either hard of hearing or like, don't get me wrong. Most people use captions because they either use it for focus or they can't hear over the snacking, right? But like, there are people that need captions for like disability adjacent reasons. Okay. Too low on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna fix this right now. All right. Nobody leave. We're getting started within 2 minutes or your money back. All 9 cents. Okay. TikTok. Is my mic any louder just now? Did my mic go up a little bit? Accessibility reasons was the word I was looking for. Thank you. No, it's not louder. Okay. What about now? I just raised it to 400%. Is it working? TikTok testing. Yep. A bit. Okay, I'll just max it. All right, we're at 500% now on TikTok. That's the max that it goes. Hold on. What's this? TikTok has audio changers. Bass enhance. Ooh, we can definitely use this. What's a mic hog? Testing. I don't know about that one. Revolving? Revolving? I don't know what that means. Walkie-talkie. Ethereal. Empty room. Bro, I have headphones on. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, should I turn equalizer on? Do 7 million votes? Okay, maybe after the video. Peak ADHD antics. Okay, we're just gonna start. I'm gonna.
Transgender balls, transgender.
Okay, YouTube.
Transgender balls.
You guys are saying that YouTube is a little low, so I'm gonna raise this a little bit.
Yes,
Okay.
they exist.
Now, how much lower am I than
Transgender balls,
the video right
yes,
now?
They exist.
If it's about the same, it's fine.
Of those people that are sitting in ICE detention facilities right now, how many do you think have been convicted of a violent crime?
Well, 100% because they're all illegal. And
I said
they've had
convicted of a violent
No,
crime.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hi, I'm Isaiah Martin. I'm a former candidate for the United States Congress, and I'm here today surrounded by 20 MAGA Republicans. My first surrounding claim is that Trump's mass deportation plan is making us less safe.
I'm going to put it on 1.1%, or 1.1x. Okay, slightly low, but is okay. You know what? I'm actually just gonna raise it a little bit. I usually mute when I have comments anyway. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm gonna speak over the video. I'm a muter, or sorry, I'm a pauser. I pause when I have comments. We're gonna be pausing. Okay.
Hey, how's it going, brother? Good to see you.
Great to meet you. It's interesting that you claim that because according to the DHS, 70% of the people who have been deported so far have been criminals, either caught in the act. Yes. I'm surprised you're surprised. You ran for Congress and you don't know this?
This claim fails to distinguish between convicted criminals and those accused of breaking the law. Using U.S. Immigration and Customs data, enforcement data, the Cato Institute found that in December of 2025, that 47% of ICE bookings had not been charged with a crime. Is that deaf noodles? That phrase sounds familiar. Is that like a handle? Dan, you're way louder than the video. I'm way louder than the video on YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna raise the volume more. He was a YouTuber. Please stop. It's fine. Well, I'm sorry. It's like I'm trying to balance everything between YouTube and TikTok, and they have different like sound settings.
That's what those numbers said?
That is 70%. The other 30% are people who went through the entire immigration process and had some sort of deportation detainer. So that is 700,000 people were deported like that. 1.9 million people self-deported so far. That's all DHS data. It's publicly available. You can look it up. So how are you standing for criminals? Is that what you're doing right now?
Of interior removal, 70% of the people deported literally have not been convicted criminals. What are you talking about? That's according to DHS.
That's according to DHS? Where are you getting your data from?
DHS.
What day? This is like just recently.
Last from up to October or mid-October of this year.
So we're going to need a fact check on this because I literally checked yesterday.
They're not convicted.
Fortunately, Jubilee did the fact check, and he's just wrong. Like, I want you to imagine a situation, okay? You fill in an application. Okay, sorry. Fortunately, Jubilee did the fact check, and he was just wrong. I want y'all to imagine a situation, okay? You fill in an application to get on this show that gets millions of views, okay? Am I still muted on TikTok? No, okay, you guys, yeah. They accept your application. You're invited, okay? You're going to be surrounded with Isaiah Martin. Oh my God. Awesome, right? You don't take 5 seconds to fact check this stat. 5 seconds, just make sure, okay, So I heard this on Twitter. Let me just see. Oh, the 70% is conflating people that were detained without being charged with a crime and people that were charged with a crime. Huh. That's almost like this stat is misleading if I present it this way. 5-second Google search.
To criminals. 70% of the people deported are not convicted criminals under interior.
They were people. So they were people that had either been convicted criminals.
No.
Or they had. We're like at a stalemate because now you're claiming something. I'm claiming something from the same source.
So this is actually one of the reasons I don't like Jubilee. Okay, that fact check is awesome for the viewers. They need to just come in right now, right? Just come in. Hey, bro, you're wrong. And just like show them the phone, right? They could edit out just pause, right? Edit out the wait time. Everyone goes and gets up, takes a piss, and then they come back. Hey, bro, you're wrong. And then he needs to concede. He needs to be like, oh shit, I'm wrong. Or he could just say, well, it's still bad, right? And then they can move on. But LOL1 knows how to read. Literal milquetoast moderation. Because like, what do they do now? What are you supposed to do in this situation, right? Isaiah can't pull up the source at the moment. This guy doesn't have a source. So
70% of the people that have been deported under interior removals are not convicted criminals, and that is a fact.
That's not a fact.
It literally is.
It's 70%. I'm telling you, I looked it up.
I think you got it upside down.
At the end of the day, it is what's happening. They literally publish the photos of everybody who's being deported.
So I didn't realize that they posted every single photo on.
No, they publish the majority of them, yeah. But there's data.
Really?
This is, yeah. I mean, you're.
they published like 14 photos. I'm pretty sure if he's talking about like the mugshots.
Hitting back.
You're saying they deported hundreds of thousands of people and they post pictures of every single.
They're not posting. See, this is what you're doing here is you're building like this false deflection around it. I didn't say everybody. I said they're posting photos of people who are being deported. Yes.
So that means that they're deporting.
They're posting, bro. I don't know if you're acting stupid or you're purposely just like misconstruing what I'm saying. Yeah.
But here's my argument. Under Barack Obama, of those that were deported under interior removals, 92% of them were convicted criminals. Of that 92%, 81% of them were considered tier 1.
President Obama didn't institute a policy shift on immigration enforcement that prioritized immigrants based on criminality until November of 2014, nearly 6 years into his presidency, according to the Migration Policy Institute. 85% of interior removals had convictions in that fiscal year. That's a cool fact check. I didn't know that. I mean, I always knew we have some beef with Obama. This is one of them, right? Took him 6 years to stop pausing the video, Dan. Bro, you can just go to YouTube and watch it. If you don't want Dan's reactions, then I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, if it took him 6 years to change that policy, then that's probably something that would be a reason why progressives might not like Obama quite as much as too many reactions, as like more center left people would.
Worst of the worst, per se. I think that is something that makes us a lot more safe than literally roaming around to go.
That metric didn't cross 92% until fiscal year 2015, when 93% of non-border deportations had prior criminal convictions. So nothing Isaiah is saying is wrong, and actually his stats are all correct. It's just that it adds context that this is by the end of Obama's term, not over the course of the 8 years.
We'll get grandmas in CVS that speak Spanish or going to that construction
that's an absolute,
on a job site.
That's an absolutely false narrative because that's actually
that's just what the facts say. I mean,
the Migration Policy Institute says during Obama's first year in office, 51% of interior removals were of individuals convicted of what DHS describes as serious crimes. The policy change greatly reduced the total number of interior deportations from 224,000 in fiscal year 2011 to just 64,000 in fiscal year 2016. So that's also really interesting. So even without the policy change, the percentage of illegal immigrants that were deported with convicted crimes is still higher than the percentage today by a lot, right? 51%. So it ended up being, after the policy change, it was 93%, right? 51% versus, what is it, under 25% with Trump? Pretty sure.
Not what's happening. See, this is common with what the left does. You guys just.
Okay, I like kind of hate this guy with a burning passion. While several news outlets report grandmothers being detained by ICE, as well as instances of immigrants being detained near CVS stores, there's no documented instance of the two converging. ICE raids at construction sites have been well documented.
The left loves facts?
No.
That's kind of how that goes?
Again, that's not what you guys do at all. For anybody watching at home, this is what they do. They get a piece of data, they fabricate a narrative around it, and then they try to sell it to you as a truth, when in fact it's not.
Your data.
So
Your data.
I mean, I came here.
This is Trump's own website.
I came here
really
with. I came here with a piece of data. You completely rewrote it in real time.
No, I gave you the facts.
You completely rewrote it. I mean, I'm surprised you ran for Congress. You're one of the most disingenuous, dishonest people that I've ever met in my entire life. I was literally taken aback for a second. I was like, how?
So y'all said this is a YouTuber, right? If he doesn't have a YouTube video, like correcting himself because he was proven wrong, not only by the fact check but just by reality, then anyone that continues to follow him doesn't care about truth. Just so we're clear. If you ever follow anyone, a politician, a content creator, whatever, who openly lies and then doesn't correct it, and you continue, like it's been proven, you see that they lied, but you continue to follow, it's very clear you're just following for like either entertainment or confirmation bias. He got canceled a while ago.
Like, I looked this up yesterday. How is this guy sitting here lying so blatantly? You should be ashamed. No, seriously, dude. And I can see it in your face. No, you literally just sat here and lied. And you're like breaking down in real time.
I think I'm doing pretty good.
It's so incredibly
So
tell me, why are you so in favor of criminals being in the...
I got to shout out Isaiah for being just so calm, cool, and collected there, because what I would be saying right now if I was Isaiah is I would be like, bro, you are so loud and wrong. What's going to happen? This is what's going to happen. When this gets edited, if assuming they don't cut you out because it's like super embarrassing for you, if this clip gets edited, there's going to be a fact check that pops up right there on the right side of the screen, right next to your head, okay? And what the fact check is going to say is the exact opposite of what you just said. And it's going to be really embarrassing for you. So I hope, like, it's fine. So you guys raise your flags or something because the conversation is over. He doesn't live in the same reality that we all live in. You guys can raise your flags. But like, it's going to be really embarrassing for you. And I really hope you like put out a correction after the video. That's what I would personally say. But Isaiah's just like, he's just letting him dig his own grave. He's crashing out in real time. Yeah. I actually think he's getting triggered more because of how calm Isaiah is. So I might want to learn from that, because I love making fucking lying, fake information spreading, boot licking chuds like this guy crash out. That is my goal.
Country.
I just told you that 70% of the people that Trump is supporting literally are not convicted criminals for interior removals. I mean, I don't understand what about this.
You really buy into that narrative. That little grandmas, you're walking around. Oh my God. Oh, let's get grandma. Let's kick her out of the country.
That's literally what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing. Cite one case like that.
Of what?
One case of the little grandma standing at the taco stand getting deported. You can't cite it. There we go.
Trump's deporting grandmas. Name one old lady. Bro, what?
You can't cite.
Are you denying the fact that
no? I'm holding you to account because that's the narrative you're just running with, and then you can't cite a specific example.
What I'm telling you.
Again, this man is deeply disingenuous. Thank God you're out of politics.
Old lady deported. Recent cases in 2025 to 2026 highlight the deportation of elderly long-term U.S. residents, including a 73-year-old woman sent to India after 30 years and a 70-year-old woman with medical issues deported after 40 years. Like, this is what Jubilee needs to just pause. Like, add an hour or whatever to their filming time. Pause, right? Be like, all right, we're taking a quick break. And then just bring up the phone in real time. Show them to their face, and everyone else needs to watch it. Because like the fact check on the right, if you're not watching Dan pause, you might not even watch that. Some people just watch this. They're like listening. They're not watching. Right? They need to come up, boom, right in their face, and then they need to reconcile with that. They need to either concede or they need to get voted out for just living in a different reality like that. That's what's so frustrating about Jubilee is that like what is Isaiah supposed to do here? Isaiah tells him the truth. He tells him a lie. And they just keep going back and forth.
We don't need more lying politicians like you.
Well, we don't need.
We don't need more lying politicians like you. I'm running for Congress too. I'm actually still in the race. Yes. in Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena. We need people who tell the truth. We don't need liars like you.
When this episode comes out and they show the fact check and you are miserably wrong, as you clearly
I'm not going to be wrong.
And they show this is going to be really beautiful when America gets to watch the fact that the person running to be your next congressman literally cannot read data.
This guy's breaking down in real time. He's like looking at the clock. Please get me out of here.
We mind melded. He's just better. I'm sorry. He's just better at that. So like I would have said that like a few minutes ago. He let him crash all the way out and then said it. Oh, mwah.
I think I'm doing pretty
You looked
good.
at the clock, dude. You're breaking down in real time. I can see your face is like twitching.
I think I'm just chilling.
You don't seem like it.
Because here's the reality, is that under Barack Obama, we know that we focus more on the convicted criminals, and you guys just aren't. I'm sorry that the numbers don't back up what you're talking about, but that's just the reality.
They literally do.
This is just going to be just so beautiful because when they show this fact check, we're just going to, I guess, one of us is going to go viral over this, I guess.
Pause.
How can a guy be so confident in something and be so wrong?
I think we paused.
Pause.
Okay, well.
What was this guy's name? Y'all say it was like an adjective, and I want to see where he's running for Congress. Deaf Noodles. Deaf Noodles. It says comedian. Congress. Dennis for Change. Is it this guy? Yeah, it is this guy. 177 followers. Okay. In Glendale / Pasadena. That's hilarious. Really goes to show you can just make money grifting if that's what he's doing. Oh, this was his announcement. Wait, this was his announcement that he was running. He announced it here. Okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna keep on.
This is gonna be a great fact check, I will say.
Hey, it's great to meet you.
Good to see you, brother.
I'm going to start saying something that might not make everyone else like me, but I actually think you've been real honest during this conversation. But I want to start with, I don't know if it's 30 or if it's 70% as y'all were debating, but even if it's 30%, shouldn't all of those 30% be deported?
Here's the problem, is that ICE has a certain amount of resources. Just like, for example, police officers. We have a lot of our officers focusing on violent crime. So when it comes to the limited resources that ICE has, I would say that it would make more sense to go after the worst of the worst.
Yes.
Violent terrorists that are in this country. We focus more on those folks under Barack Obama's administration, and I think that it makes more sense to go after those folks now. Because currently what we're seeing is an ICE that's literally going to go get folks blanket across the country. It's leading to so many mistakes, like, for example, the grad student, the student that was a college student in Georgia that was literally detained in an ICE detention facility for 2 weeks, literally as a result of a mistaken identity. I don't think that that's something that keeps us more safe in this country.
So can we start with points of agreement? I think that might be useful. Can we, regardless of how we get there, can we agree that those 30% who got deported should have been deported?
The what? The convicted criminals?
The convicted criminals.
Yes.
Which you said is 30.
Yes.
Someone said it was 70. Whatever.
Yes.
So we start there. Okay.
Yes.
So now we have to talk about the remaining. I'm going to say 70%.
Yes.
Because I believe your stat. To me.
So my question, by the way, I don't know if Isaiah's going to say it. I swear I didn't pre-watch. Like Malik is trying to spread. Okay, the video's only been out for like an hour or 2 hours. All right, and I have not pre-watched. But I don't know if Isaiah's going to mention it. But the question would be, how many of those 30% would have been deported if we just continued the exact same policy as Biden or as Trump's first term or as Obama? Oh, Tic Tac, really quick. If you have the same problem with the mic that you said yesterday, there's a $14 cord that resolves the problem, and I would like to order it for you. If you want to text me a place to send it to, or I'm just gonna send you $15 as my gift to you because I want to hear your voice needs to be heard. Okay, sorry.
It seems that those people are also making our civilization unsafe because they promote a culture of lawlessness. When you have a set of person, a category of person who is by definition an outlaw, they themselves have to be afraid of the police for normal things. And they encourage their friends then to be afraid of the police for normal things. And so you create a culture where people are afraid of the police because of things that have nothing to do with them. And so when these people are around, they actually make it such that the people near them can't be pro-police. And so if you deport the people who aren't criminals themselves, but who exist as a category of outlaw, and you remove this outlaw category, you no longer have this semi-enforced law situation, and then we can move to a place where we have fully enforced law. And so I think that we both agree that less crime is good, like obviously, and I think that the best way to get rid of crime is to police crime. When you punish criminals, they stop doing crime. But you need people to believe in the police. You need people to love the police. You need people to want to be safe.
Do undocumented immigrants commit less crime than American citizens?
I think it's probably true. But the problem is that if they get...
Look at the confusion by this absolute Neanderthal.
I think it's probably true. But the problem is that...
What? Literally every stat everywhere, whether it's nominal or per capita, shows that they commit way less crime? What? Oh my God. I already know that this is going to be a train wreck whenever Isaiah talks to that guy.
If they get caught up in...
So if they commit less crime, then how does that fill the narrative that you're referring to?
For example, imagine I'm an illegal immigrant. I'm not. But imagine that I was. And some crime happened to me. I am less likely to call the police because I'm afraid that I could get deported. And same thing if I'm in a group of people and one of us is an illegal immigrant and a crime happens, we are now afraid to call the police because of what might happen to our friend. And so this category of outlaw creates a culture of not believing in police.
Let's see if we can agree on this. Okay. I support making sure that we can have a strong border in our country.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not support violent criminals in our country.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the vast majority of Americans do. I also support making sure that there's a pathway to citizenship for those that are here that are undocumented. So the question then comes, what do we do with the limited resources that ICE has in front of us? I personally believe that we should be more focused on convicted criminals, violent people that are in our country. But when we have a system in which 70% of the people that are literally detained by ICE itself are those that have not been convicted of a crime, 47% of those people have not even been charged with the crime. They're just people that
53% have been charged with a crime then?
What?
So 53% have been charged with a crime then?
No, that's not what I said.
You just said 47% haven't been charged.
47%.
So what percent have been?
Yeah, 53%
so
have been
over
charged.
half are charged with a crime.
Yeah, if you look at what the 47% number before Trump got in office, it was around 10%-ish.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm saying is that we should be more focused on rounding up convicted criminals in this country, people that are going to be doing things as it is.
So would you agree on giving...
Really quick, the comments in chat are 100% right. So this guy, I don't know if it's accidental. He actually seems genuine, unlike the last guy, obviously. He accidentally gave a really good reason for sanctuary cities, which is you don't want people to not report crimes being committed to that against them because they are undocumented out of fear of being deported, right? That's not Cam Higby, no. If you get assaulted, but you're undocumented, as a society, it would be better for everyone if you didn't fear getting deported for reporting that assault, right? Because we want the assaulter off the streets. It leaves criminals to go free and harm others. Yeah, it essentially means that criminals have carte blanche to do whatever they want to undocumented communities, right? And I know that a lot of people on the right are probably fine with that. They probably get off on that shit. But, for us soul havers and brain users, it seems like an easy policy choice.
More money to ICE to go get all the convicted criminals?
But that's not really what's happening, right? We're already paying ICE. We're literally spending more money on ICE this year than the Spanish military is on their entire thing. And we're seeing the results.
Well, because that's Spain.
But I'm just saying. Well,
I don't want to talk about the Spanish
but come on.
military.
That's an entire military.
It's not 1453.
But that's an entire military, right? What I'm saying is.
I'm sure it's more than
what I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense to me that we're spending all this money and 70% of the people that we're deporting, right? So at the end result, right? Not just the folks that are detained. The end result of the folks that we're saying, okay, we're going to get you out of here. 70% of them have not been convicted.
So can we address the
fact
that having a category of person who is an outlaw, who cannot rely on the police, makes the entire neighborhood unsafe?
Because what's happening in this country is that those people that are undocumented are those that commit crimes at a low rate. Here's the real thing.
Yeah, but you're not addressing what I'm saying.
Because here's what
You've
really
missed what I'm
because
talking about.
because here's what makes us less safe. What makes us less safe in this country is going and having someone to do these complete raids, and you go find these mistaken cases of identity in which American citizens have been detained.
Tragedies, everyone.
Every single.
By the way, so I'm not sure why in particular Isaiah used the Spanish military as an example. I'm based on what I'm looking at. There's only 3 militaries in the world that have a bigger budget than ICE, which is the U.S., China. And then India is tied, okay? India's military spending is tied with ICE. And the U.S. and China, according to what I'm looking at. So, like rhetorically, I think he probably could have just said it's the 3rd biggest military budget on Earth, more than Russia, by 10 billion, according to Statista. I don't know. This is an estimate from SIPRI. I'm looking at a chart from 2021. Hold on, I'm fake newsing. Hold on, we got to go to 2025. I apologize. Okay, I take it back. Russia does spend more on their military now because they're warring. That's not true, friend. Yes, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's in the top fake news maxing. It's in the top 5. Is that right, Erica? Yeah, it sounded off, not gonna lie. Apologies. I was looking at 2021. We're gonna keep going. It's combined ICE and Border Patrol. Be clear, it's combined ICE and Border Patrol. Okay.
One of them.
Every single
and those are at an increase.
All 10 of
that makes us far more unsafe than what the thing that you're talking about.
All
in these
policing
policies
is always going to have mistakes, but if you want to claim that just
those
because
situations
there are
have increased.
Well, because policing has increased.
So what's happening in this country is that what you're focusing on rounding up people that have not been convicted of a crime.
Who are a category of outlaw.
and as a result
Can you
of that,
address the
you
fact
lead
that
to
those
American
people make
citizens
neighborhoods
being
more
detained.
unsafe?
No, I'm
all
not gonna say that at
policing
all.
is always going to have some accidents, and they're all terrible, and they should all not happen. But if you're going to have a system, you're going to mistake sometimes, and they're all bad, and I'm opposed to all of them. But I'm talking about, first, we agreed on the 30%, which is a huge point of agreement that I think we need to elevate. And then on the 70%, these people cannot be regulated by the system in the correct way. They do not trust the system in the correct way. They definitionally, by the status of who they are, make the neighborhood less safe because it makes so everybody in the neighborhood can't rely on the police or their friend.
Like he's literally, is this a psyop? He's literally making sanctuary cities sound like really good. Like he's selling sanctuary cities. He's right. The fact that undocumented immigrants can't report crimes because they're afraid of being deported means that we should probably not check immigration status for a crime reported. Okay, Erica fact-checked me. It ranks 13th/14th place because the budget is $42 billion a year. I think what I was thinking of the $75 billion, but that's not per year. That was a one-time bonus, right? The 75 billy. I love it when we talk about just 42 billion versus 75 billion. Like these aren't all absurd numbers, but okay. It ranks 13th to 14th. By the way, if you're not following Erica, right? She knows things, unlike on this live where we have to learn in real time. Still insane. Yeah, no, it's still, of course, insane. W's for Erica in the chat.
Might get deported. So you have to remove these people in order to get rid of this semi-enforced, semi-category of law. You have to do that. Can we? Do you not believe that?
Are you saying that neighborhoods that have high percentages of undocumented people are oftentimes some of those violent neighborhoods in cities? Is that what you're saying?
That might be the case. I'm not sure. It probably would be the case, but it doesn't. That's not what I'm trying to say.
If you look at cities that have higher percentages of undocumented populations, those cities oftentimes have lower crime rates.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the case or which way that would go. But I'm telling you, you have to address this category of outlaw. I don't know why we're going in circles here. Do you not believe that?
Because I don't think that the argument that you're making really has anything to do with the root of the issue.
The root of the issue.
The root of the
Safety
issue.
of
The
Americans.
root of the issue is about safety.
Yes.
And if we have the fact that our ICE, as it stands today, is more focused on rounding up people that have not been even accused of a crime, instead of violent terrorists that are in this country, violent people in America, I think that that itself makes us less safe. Because here's who's celebrating. The people in this country that are doing wrong, because they know that people are more focusing on going to a Fiesta or a grocery store or a Home Depot or a place of work or a plant or somewhere else
You
to
think
round up
criminals
people.
are celebrating this?
I would say so, because they're literally being rounded up at a lower rate.
Pause.
Was he just confounded that people are celebrating this?
You've been voted out by the majority.
It's great to talk with you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Danielle.
Hi, how are you?
One of the issues that Trump mainly won on was immigration from both sides. And I find disingenuous this selective outrage to what makes it safe.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of children missing and not accounted for since the open borders. We have $150 billion.
The U.S. Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE, cited Federation for American Immigration Reform, aka FAIR, data showing a net cost of $150.7 billion being paid for undocumented immigrants in the country.
Spent from American taxpayer dollars to house and educate and give.
FAIR came to the figure by subtracting the tax revenue paid by undocumented immigrants, just under $32 billion, from the gross negative economic impact of illegal immigration, $182 billion. FAIR. Hold on. FAIR immigration. The Federation for American Immigration Reform is a group with one mission: to severely limit immigration into the United States. Although FAIR maintains a veneer of legitimacy that has allowed its principals to testify in Congress and lobby the federal government, this veneer hides much ugliness. FAIR leaders have ties to white supremacist groups and eugenicists and have made many racist statements. Its advertisements have been rejected because of racist content. FAIR's founder, the late John Tanton, has expressed his wish that America remain a majority white population, a goal to be achieved presumably by limiting the number of non-whites who enter the country. One of the group's main goals is appending the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, which ended a decades-long racist quota system that limited immigration mostly to Northern Europeans. FAIR President Dan Stein has called the act a mistake. In their own words, immigrants don't come all church-loving, freedom-loving, God-fearing. Many of them hate America, hate everything that the United States stands for. Talk to some of these Central Americans. So the data being cited here is from that group. So what we're looking at, so the 32 billion, right? This number is likely being collected from the IRS, right? And estimates from like sales tax and shit like that. This number, however, I would love to see where they got. Because check faironmediabias.com. Okay.
Welfare to illegal aliens. This takes away.
Give me an
this-
example of that.
Well, I mean, just look in New York, the $12 billion spent on housing immigrants in hotels. Just
the estimation has been criticized in the past with the Cato Institute. Cato Institute, by the way, is right-leaning, saying it overstates the costs of illegal immigration, undercounts the tax revenue immigrants generate, inflates the number of illegal immigrants, counts millions of U.S. citizens as illegal immigrants. So Jubilee's fact check. Jubilee didn't say anything wrong, actually. They said FAIR came to the figure by subtracting the tax revenue. They're just saying how they came to the figure. And now they're clarifying, they're showing like the people that disagree with that. Like Cato, who is, I think they're center right.
Just look in New York, the $12 billion spent on housing immigrants in hotels. Just alone in California, 23.
If they don't tell you who FAIR is, that's true. I mean, they are an anti-immigration council, so like they probably should have said that. And concocts a, quote, method of estimating the fiscal costs that is rejected by all economists who work on this subject. Wait a second. I just looked them up on Media Bias Fact Check. I swear to Christ, I've never seen this come up. I think InfoWars is more credible on Media Bias Fact Check. Look at this. So in terms of left and right, it is extreme right. And then in terms of factual reporting, it's low. We've never fact-checked a place like this. The worst we've ever seen was mixed and right. I don't think we've ever seen extreme and low. That's fucking wild. And of course, a Nazi like Elon would cite this. But anyway. Okay, good to know.
$3 billion was taken away from our educational system to support illegal immigrants.
Okay. Annual spending for housing asylum seekers in New York City peaked at $3.75 billion in fiscal year 2024. What did she say?
Example of that.
Well, I mean, just look in New York, the $12 billion spent on housing immigrants in hotels, just alone in California.
Okay, so $12 billion, and then it peaked at $3.75 billion. The city expects spending to decrease to $1.3 billion in fiscal year 2026. So she's off by a factor of what, like 5x, 4x?
Illegal immigrants. Is that safe for the hardworking American, for the veterans who have to...
The claim likely refers to a 2014 estimate from FAIR. Oh, look at that. Again, I love it. Okay, so you just get a bunch of racists together and just say some shit, and then racists online will be like, all right, well, they said that shit, so... That cited providing education, healthcare, law enforcement, and government services to immigrants illegally in the state and their dependents costs Californians $25.3 billion per year. So they're including law enforcement services, government services in this estimate. Those are asylum seekers. Thanks, Texas and Florida. Yeah, literally, they threw everything in there. Yeah. So when they factor in how much taxes undocumented immigrants pay, they don't include state and local. But when they factor the economic damage, all right, well, cops probably have to be watching the road more often, so we're throwing in like $3 billion there. Like, bruh.
To have to wait behind illegals who get fast-tracked in their health care, is that safe for them? Now, I probably find agreement with you that people who want to do it the right way, there should be less bureaucracy. There should be people.
There are roughly 240,000 undocumented children age 3 to 17 in California, according to Ed Trust West, at $20,500 per student. That's roughly $4.5 billion per year if all students are enrolled in school. So I'm going to say this with my entire chest. If you have a problem with non-citizen children getting to go to school, even if you have to pay for it, I kind of think you're just like a bad person. Like Donald Trump is suing the U.S. taxpayer for $10 billion because his fifis were hurt. And we're talking about $5 billion a year for children to learn. I think this is a good litmus test. I think if we just put this up, right? Just put up this fact check. Next live, we do debates. Hey, do you have a problem with California spending $5 billion a year for non-citizen children to go to school? If they say they do, I think we just take over the next 3 years. All right, take screenshots. Okay, save screen recordings, whatever. Because unlike the Nazis that were able, a lot of them were able to just pretend they were never involved or move to Argentina or whatever. We live in the time of the internet. The internet is forever. I don't want anyone to be able to say, I never really supported, I only supported some of his policies. I didn't agree when he was doing blah, blah, blah. Take some screenshots, take some video recordings. I don't want these absolute demons to be able to skate out of this. And that goes triply for politicians, okay? Never let people like Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham or whoever else is going to pivot the moment Donald Trump is no longer with us. I don't want them to ever be able to say a word without, boom, community notes right there. Oh, we got receipts. Good. Really quick, before I continue, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Fridays and Saturdays, doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. Now, while this isn't a major political event, Isaiah is a friend of the live, so this is a bit of a special live. It's on a Sunday, so make sure if you're not following, just drop a follow, tap the screen. If anyone wants to send a gift, it's very appreciated, but nobody has to send any gifts. The only thing I'm asking for is just make sure you're following. Double check next to my name at the top. If you see a red oval that says follow, you got to just hit that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
People who want to contribute to the American dream, who are here in good faith. We want, my father's an immigrant, my grandparents are immigrants. But you have to do it the right way. And sometimes when you have such irresponsible management of the borders, as we've seen with open borders for the last few years,
So
there will be sometimes an overcorrection.
What is Donald Trump doing to make it easier to do things the right way?
Well, he's closed the borders. That's number one.
No, that's not what I asked you.
It's like seals. Close the borders, yay!
I said, what is he doing to make it easier to come across the border the right way?
Well, he's making new policies
Like
where,
what?
well, he has to ensure that they're actually asylum seeking.
No, it's not what I asked, though. What is he doing to make it easier for because you just said that you support making
Legal
it easy
immigration.
for legal immigration,
Yes,
right? I think that
yes.
we all probably should agree with that.
Yeah.
What is he doing to advance that goal?
Well, the first thing you do is you have to cut off the huge drain of open border policy where
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, well, again, and I think the
Can
theme
you just
here,
tell me
the
one
theme
thing-
here
one-
today
one
is well, he's
possible
shut
thing?
the borders.
That's not what I asked you.
But that's a major thing. You
I asked
have
you,
to
what
start at the root
specific
cause
thing
and
is
go
he
from
doing?
there. Well,
So I've said this before on the lives. The easiest way to watch MAGA malfunction is just ask them what Trump did differently to Biden in regards to the border. They do not have an answer, right? They'll say, well, he rescinded all of. Is this on YouTube? As of right now, yes. They'll say, well, he rescinded like 40 executive orders or whatever. I'm going to give you guys the kill shot on this one. Only one of the executive orders rescinded affected actual like migration numbers or actual numbers of undocumented immigrants in the country, which was remain in Mexico. And that affected 70,000 out of what they're claiming is what? 20 billion or 20 million, excuse me. 70,000, right? So other than remain in Mexico, what did Donald Trump do to close the border? Or you can even ask them, how was the border open? They don't have an answer to either of those questions. They will malfunction like this woman is doing right here. They do not have an answer.
well, I
Make
mean,
it easier for people to legally come into this country.
well, I know when he was in the first term, he
I'm
had
not
the
talking-
remain in
I'm not
Mexico policy. I'm not sure of the exact policies, but what he's doing is
nothing.
working. He has, again, you're skirting away from the issue.
I'm not sure of the exact policies. This is like fundamental for like thought, right? Like you don't just believe someone when they tell you something. You gotta ask like if I look over, right, and all of a sudden, there's a cake here, and I'm like, hey, what's the cake? What's the cake for? I don't know what my analogy is. Never mind. We're cutting that out. Don't just believe people when they say something. just ask for a little clarification. Oh, we closed the border. How? None of them cared. They just clapped like seals. I don't know what the cake analogy was.
So nothing.
Americans put Trump in office because
So
they
if a
saw
central
if
pillar-
Kamala was still in office, we would have
So if
open borders and it would be even more unsafe.
If a central pillar to your argument is making it easier for legal immigration into this country, and you cannot tell me one specific example of anything he's doing for people to come across legally, then how does any of that make any sense?
You're turning my words around. I do think it should be easier for the right people to come in legal
So
ways.
then what is he doing to advance that?
But again, in the meantime, we have a big problem.
So the correct answer is this is the genuine, truthful answer. I don't know. I just like that he says mean things about immigrants. That's the truth. That's the because she just said like he's asked like what 7-8 times already. What did he do? And she said, well, he closed the border. How? Nothing. And then like just now she said, if Kamala, I don't know how she pronounced it. If I'm just going to pronounce it correctly. If Kamala was in office, she would have open borders. What does that even mean? They can't answer. They can't. They physically can't. This is the easiest way to watch MAGA short circuit is to ask them what Trump did differently to Biden. How did he close the border? It's the easiest way.
Of
So
illegals, many of them
don't have
criminals.
anything.
When you talk about people who talk about unsafety, let's talk about Lincoln Riley, an American who was just jogging and living her life and was brutally murdered by an illegal alien.
Mm-hmm.
Is that safe? Is that safe to let people who are gang members and nationalists and drug cartels into our country with the fentanyl crisis a real thing? Is that safe for our kids?
So for those that don't know, Lakin's father asked people to stop using her name to score political points. But even that aside, her argument just doesn't make any sense. She's saying, because she just said a thing that she hasn't justified. She said, is it safe to let all of these people in? How were they let in? She doesn't have an answer. Because if MAGA actually cared about Lincoln Riley, they would also talk about Molly Tibbetts, who was murdered by an illegal immigrant that was let in during Trump's term. Now, the reason that I never bring up Molly Tibbetts in this context, and liberals shouldn't either, is because it wasn't a failing on Donald Trump. There will be people that murder other people. It happens. U.S. citizens do it all the time. And it's unfortunate we have to bring the person to justice, but with the idea that it's like, okay, well, undocumented immigrants commit like 1/10 of the murders that U.S. citizens do, but we should go out of our way to rip children from their parents, to racially profile people, to detain even U.S. citizens, restrict our constitutional rights, spend billions of taxpayer dollars to reduce those number of crimes. It actually, if the logic is that we should just get rid of the demographic altogether, then we should keep the undocumented immigrants and just like get rid of white men, right? No offense to the white men that are watching, but demographically speaking, white men like commit the most sexual assault by a landslide. Dan, you hurt my white man feelings. Now, I would never recommend that because that's fucking stupid. but based on their logic, it sounds salient.
So let's not skirt the issue.
What happened to Laken Riley, I think every American agrees was absolutely horrific. I think we can say, and it's just like, for example, when Molly Tibbetts was killed under the Trump administration by an undocumented person in this country. This happens across, and every time it happens.
Isaiah and I are, listen, this was not pre-watched. I swear it was not pre-watched.
it is wrong, and I think we all should say that. Any person that commits a violent crime needs to be locked up, deported. We all agree with that. But here's the central problem, is that what you're focused on is rounding up people in this country that have not been convicted of a crime. That does not make us more safe. Because when you have...
That's a blanket statement.
That's just simply the facts.
Trump has run on criminals, violent criminals first.
Let me ask you a question. Of those people that are sitting in ICE detention facilities right now, how many do you think have been convicted of a violent crime? Just take a guess.
I could not. I trust the Trump
Take
administration.
a guess.
I
Just
don't
throw
know.
a number. Just take it. What do you think it could be?
Well, 100% because they're all illegal. And
I said
they had
convicted of a violent crime.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I said how many have been convicted of a violent crime?
It doesn't matter. Why have they not filed the papers? Why are they taking...
She doesn't want to answer because she knows she's going to get blown all the way the fuck out. The reality is most of the people that spout this rhetoric don't actually care about deporting the violent criminals, right? Like it's almost like a mask on, mask off thing. Because when Trump was running, right, he did emphasize in like a debate or like in an interview that they're going to focus on the violent criminals. But at his rallies, we're going to get rid of all of them. This is how they feel, right? So they'll say with their mask on, well, we need to focus on the violent criminals that are committing the whatever. And then, but now that Isaiah asked, okay, well, how many violent criminals do you think are sitting in ICE detention facilities, whatever? She had to take the mask off because she knows the answer is going to destroy her argument. So she takes the mask off. Well, they're all criminals because they're here illegally. Okay, so we're deporting jaywalkers at this point because it's the same infraction, the same level of infraction. So she won't answer the question. She will. I guarantee you, she will not answer this question. She's either going to get voted out or she's going to pivot.
Manage the systems. It doesn't matter. All of them.
What percentage
100.
of these 100%? You think about only
Because if they're there
only
illegally.
5% of the people in ICE detention facilities.
Federal data as of November 2025 shows 5% of ICE detainees have been convicted of a violent crime. 5%. And by the way, my prediction is correct because she did not answer the question. She is saying 100%. She's ignoring the violent part. She answered a different question. She answered a question that she liked. Isaiah is cooking her. Yeah, for sure.
Because if they're there
only
illegally.
5% of the people in ICE detention facilities today have been convicted of a violent
Are
crime.
they here undocumented?
5%.
Are they here undocumented?
5%.
Are they here undocumented? Wait. Are they here undocumented?
This just screams about what people are seeing in this country. You literally believe that 100% of the people
If
in
they're
ICE detention facilities
undocumented-
have been convicted of a violent crime.
Okay,
Only
not
5%.
violent. I said a crime is
I
that
asked you
they're
about violent
undocumented.
crime.
I don't know the statistic of violent crime, but do you
I just
understand why they're
asked
there
you.
in the
He asked her to guess. And now she's going to try to justify why she didn't answer. We know the reason she didn't answer.
first place?
You just told me that
Okay.
number was 100%.
Okay, they're undocumented 100%. The priority we should all agree on should be violent crime first.
95% of the people in ICE detention facilities have not been convicted of a violent crime.
I don't think that's a true statistic.
That's a fact from DHS itself.
I don't.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please take
Yo.
your
She got blown the fuck out, bro. Oh my God. Was she the third one up? So the first guy and she's the third person up. So first and third got absolutely decimated. Like I think that those clips are gonna go viral. Second guy, I think was an okay conversation. I think he was just a little bit like he was a little confused. Second guy was okay though.
How's it going?
Oh Lord.
Nice to meet you.
Let's see. It's my last name.
Oh, it's a great name. Awesome. So I guess on this illegal immigration point, you talked about affordability earlier, so I want to talk about that a little bit. Do you know how much the average American citizen contributes in taxes to subsidize illegal immigrants in this country?
How much?
That's $1,000 per U.S. taxpaying citizen subsidizing illegal immigrants.
Again, this is according to FAIR. I'm going to just pull this up for everybody again. They have a lower factual reporting basis than Fox News, than Newsmax, than OAN, and they have an equal factual reporting basis to what the fuck is it called? InfoWars. This is where we're getting extreme right, low factual. We've literally never opened one this bad. Why are they using it as a source for fact checking? So Jubilee is like kind of okay. When they brought it up before, they pointed out that the Cato Institute and pretty much every other economist disagrees with FAIR. So what they're doing here is they're showing that they're getting the number from FAIR. Now, the problem with Jubilee is they didn't bring up all the other stuff that we fact check, which is that the founders of FAIR are like have connections to white supremacist groups, to eugenicist groups, and the what's his face, the head of FAIR right now. I don't know what they call the CEO. It's not a CEO, but the head of FAIR right now said that the 1965 immigration bill that changed the quotas from being majority white, got rid of those quotas, was a mistake, and they want it repealed. So that's they're slightly better than the Inquirer and the Bad Boy story.
Immigrants in our country.
Yeah. So as with previous citations of FAIR's estimation, this one falls under the same criticism. ... So like they are providing some pushback, but not enough. It shouldn't just be a lot of people disagree. It should be a lot of people disagree, and also this is their background.
We also talked about affordability earlier.
You're talking about federal taxes, right?
Yes. Why are house prices so expensive right now?
We haven't built.
I think Scott said, though, is, again, existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
And subsidizing illegal immigrants in our country. We also talked about affordability earlier.
Chat, I'm going to try to time this clip perfectly so that I don't have to do a lot of editing when I post it. 1 second. Wait, I should look.
People. And I want them to understand it. There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive it. There's so much talk that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it.
All right, here we go.
U.S. taxpaying citizens subsidizing illegal immigrants in our country. We also talked about affordability earlier.
You're talking about federal taxes, right?
Yes. Why are house prices so expensive right now?
There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen.
Okay, we got it. It's fine. Support Germany.
We haven't built enough over the time.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason, but I would say another part of the reason is because we've had 10 million.
The National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, NASM, Economic and Fiscal Consequences of Immigration 2017 report found that while first-generation immigrants can create short-term fiscal costs like education
people
costs
into our country in the last 4 years who aren't supposed to be in our country. And guess what? When you kick out,
their long-term fiscal impact is positive, with second-generation immigrants becoming strong contributors, often paying more taxes than natives. FAIR's authors also state that the figure isn't exact since there's no way to know how many people are in the country illegally.
According to the admin, 2 million people over this first year. We've had housing prices fall this quarter. Why do you think housing prices have fell this quarter?
Over the last few years, right? Let's just say over the last 4 years. When do you think the majority of housing inflation happened? 1 year.
Tell me.
2021, 2022, as a result of that?
Probably.
We know that, but we know our highest years for immigration into this country were after that. Well, so the results is that we saw in the time period in which we had the most illegal immigration coming into this country, that was not coincided with the increase in housing prices.
Well, Sue, can you explain to me what housing prices have fell this quarter? What policy change has been brought about besides kicking out millions of people.
Because here's the root of the issue, is that when you look at, for example, what immigration as a whole, whether it's illegal immigration, whether it's legal immigration, we know that accounts for maybe 1%, maybe 2% of total housing inflation. The rest of it is the fact that we literally have not built up to the demand that we literally have in the country.
I agree with on that.
That's
point.
the overarching
I mean,
point.
100% we should be building more housing.
So
but
that's the reason why housing has gone up for a long time, no matter what it is. No matter, the facts are, in this country, we have not built enough housing.
Sure, but removing 10 million people would also do a whole hell of a lot to decrease the supply of people that are competing for housing.
Well, but we also know that of the people.
So I don't know who this mythical illegal immigrant is that comes into the country with no money, is able to collect welfare, which is illegal. Undocumented immigrants can't collect welfare, but also is able to purchase a home for a few $100,000. Who is this? Who? It's like Chuck Norris is the Dos Equis guy. How are you able to both be a drain on the U.S. taxpayer and afford a home with a mortgage or without a mortgage? How do you qualify to purchase a home? How do we work? But we're lazy. Yeah, no. True. Yes. Their brains don't work.
That build those homes, 50% of those people are those that are immigrants into this country. And so if you go and you round up specific these people, you're also going to be able to build less housing as it currently stands.
Okay, so why have housing prices fell this quarter? The only policy change we've had that can relate to housing prices
not true.
is people getting kicked out of our country.
That's not true. For example,
what federal housing policy?
Like for example, in the city of Austin, they use federal funds, for example, to do something that they called, it was a big housing initiative that they had. It led to rents declining for the first time in a long time, housing prices declining for the first time in a long time. Sure. That was because they put pro-housing policies.
Yeah,
it's the
I
exact
agree.
same thing. It's the exact same thing in Minnesota. What's happening in America is that more cities are coming around to understand that the more housing that you build, the lower that leads for regular people. That's what's happening. Because if you look at, for example, the rate of increase, the way that it stabilized and the way that it starts to go down, it follows a trend of.
So I'm just going to do a quick fact check of my own here. So he's saying, so Isaiah already pointed out that housing prices went up the most before before the mass immigration crisis, right? He already pointed this out. But let's talk about, this guy asked again, so why did housing go down this quarter? Okay. So the thing about that is housing has actually been trending down since 2022 when we had the most of the biggest spike in border crossings, right? In 2022. So we have the largest drop was in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2023. If we go based on this guy's logic, we should let more undocumented immigrants in because they lower housing prices. Obviously, it's correlation causation fallacy on that. So I wouldn't use that argument. But so like it's been trending down literally since its peak in 2022. Now, there are a lot of factors. One of the factors, by the way, is that was it Rocket? Or no, it was Zillow. So Zillow was for the beginning of the pandemic, just started buying up homes for cash, right? A lot of private equity firms are doing this, like BlackRock and whatever. But Zillow was like paying like market price, and they were doing it a lot. And then they had a policy shift at their company because they were like, we're not making money. We have to. That's one for Airbnb too. Yeah, that's one factor. Also, the housing market fluctuates on things potentially unrelated to policy, regardless, like any supply and demand market. So, like, but even by his logic, it doesn't make sense. His argument is that because housing prices went down this quarter, it has to do with the mass deportations. But then, what about here, where they went down the steepest? And also, why did they go up before the the biggest influx of immigrants. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But y'all know that.
Of more cities adopting pro-housing policies to build housing all across America. And that's a fact.
No, I mean, sure, we need, like I said, I agree that we need to increase the supply of housing. But let's also go back to my point on how much American citizens are subsidizing illegal immigrants. Do you think it's a good thing that the average American is subsidizing $1,000 a year out of their taxpayer money to fund illegal immigrants?
What I don't think is a good idea is the fact that we're paying way more for that, for billionaires to go sip on pina coladas on private jets.
I mean, 80% of Americans had their taxes cut by
That's what's happening in America right now.
Do you agree that, yes, 80% of Americans, essay and fact check, 80% of Americans had their tax cuts.
Bro, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act of 2025 made existing tax cuts permanent for approximately 62% of American taxpayers. 91% of taxpayers did see tax relief due to the expanded standard deduction and expanded child tax credits, according to a congressional report. So, this is an argument that I can't tell if they mean it sincerely or they know they're being bad faith. Where they're saying, what number did he say?
Yes, 80% of Americans, essay and fact check.
He's saying 80%. It's actually even higher. 91% of Americans did see a reduction in their taxes, would see a reduction in their taxes based on the Big Beautiful Bill. But there's two massive caveats. Caveat one is this ignores tariffs, okay? And given that tariffs are a tax and they are going to disproportionately affect the middle and working class, I think that we should probably talk about that. But that's one of the two caveats. The second caveat has been the case even since the original tax bill, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And they've been using this talking point ever since. So like they'll talk about how many Americans had their taxes cut while ignoring that like 89 or what is it? Oh, 87%, excuse me. 87% of the benefits of the actual amount of the cuts were for the top 1%. Right? So it's literally like they're like, yeah, but we got crumbs. So why wouldn't you be okay with our children and our grandchildren having to be saddled with our devastating national debt? We're getting crumbs. It's either brain damage or they know they're being bad faith. But yeah, so like even that alone is enough to like debunk that argument. Because if Trump really wanted to help the middle class, he could have just cut taxes for the middle class. Like it's super easy. He could just make it so that when you're rich, your taxes don't get cut. But he didn't do that very clearly. And if anyone wants to see, I'll pull it up while we play the video. Hold on.
80% of Americans had their taxes cut by the One Big Beautiful Bill for middle class Americans.
How so?
$80,000 to $100,000. I think it was around $1,000 to $2,000.
What happened to the tax rate?
It went down.
It did?
Yeah, for 80% of
Regular
Americans.
people? The tax rate?
Yeah.
Tax rate
yes,
didn't go down.
Yes, it did.
Tax rate didn't.
Essay and fact check right here. 80%.
The tax rate?
Yes, the effective tax rate for
Oh, the
Americans.
effective tax rate.
Yeah, the tax rate for Americans went down.
Gotcha.
I mean, do you disagree with that?
Well, because that's not what happened.
So that is true. The effective tax rate for Americans did go down because the standard deduction went up, which is great. But if we are paying for that in an increase in our goods, like tariffs, because of tariffs, for example, which, by the way, U.S. consumers are bearing 96% of the cost. If we're paying for that in tariffs, Creative Nikki, thank you so much for the league trophy. Thank you so much. We're paying for that in 96%. We're also paying for that. In regards to our national debt. Because as a reminder, it's our kids and our kids' that are going to have to be saddled with this national debt. So like every time we lick the crumbs off of their boots so that they can give massive tax cuts to the top 1%, we're still paying that. We're going to have to pay that in some kind of economic response down the road, whether it's having to increase the retirement age because we're not going to be able to keep Social Security or whatever we are going to be paying that in some kind of cost down the road, whether it's a change in social services, right? The national debt, like 10 years in the future. Oh, national debt's getting out of hand. No more subsidies for Affordable Care Act. So now we're paying it in our healthcare. Or it could be, national debt's getting out of hand. We have to add a gas tax or a No, they would never add a gas tax. Excuse me. Obviously, the fossil fuel lobbyists wouldn't do that. But like a healthy foods tax or a roads tax or whatever it might be, eventually the national debt's going to have to be paid, right? And the only president who's actually paid into the national debt in the past, 100 years? Maybe it's the past like 60 years, was Bill Clinton. And the only president to reduce the deficit since then, okay? This is not paying into the national debt. This is just reducing the deficit. The only president to do that since then, drum roll please, Joseph Robinette Biden. By the end of his term, he reduced the deficit from when he entered office. Now, a reminder, what reducing the deficit means is that we're still adding to the national debt, but at a lower rate than we were adding to the national debt prior. A lot of conservatives get national debt and the deficit confused, just like they get ice cream and boots confused. So just want to clarify. That doesn't mean that Biden was paying into the national debt. Nobody's done that since Bill Clinton.
What happened was maybe an increase for the standard deduction and some other things, but a lot of those policies, and I just want to make sure that it's very clear here. The policies for regular people and the tax cuts that were in the big, beautiful ripoff bill, per se, for those that make less than $200,000 a year, were supported by a lot of Democrats. Democrats supported these ideas. Nobody supported raising income taxes for folks that made less than $400,000 a year.
Kamala Harris.
Nobody.
It's just what he just opened his mouth to lie, right? Like literally, that was maybe in her top 5 biggest policy positions was taxes will not go up on anyone making under $400,000 a year. And he's just this guy right now is just what he's about to do is just lie.
No, 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Exactly. You know why? Because what we don't support is the fact that the richest corporations in America are getting away with paying little to nothing in taxes. What we know is that with the 21% corporate tax rate that we have, it's too low.
Okay, so perfect. I want to establish. You want to raise the corporate tax rate. You want to tax unrealized gains. You want to do all these things.
Did I say that?
Reminder, Kamala didn't even say that. It was in the Biden proposal, and she didn't even have it in her final proposal. I'm cool with taxing unrealized gains, by the way. I looked at the proposal that they were shitting their pants about, that people making $45,000 a year were shitting their pants about. It only affected people who were worth over $100 million a year, and it would only kick in if your effective tax rate was below a certain threshold. It essentially made it so that they had a minimum effective tax rate. They can't use all of these loopholes to get around it. Bro, pre-election debates were so fucking frustrating because it'd be just like the idea. They were like, you're going to tax unrealized gains. That's going to destroy the economy. And then it's like, okay, well, how is it going to destroy the economy? Well, the billionaires are going to pull their money out of the stock market. So then they'll pay realized gains? Like, Danny used to get so blindingly mad. It made no sense. And for what? And for what? It didn't even, like, it wasn't like their ability. If a billionaire came up and debated me on it, okay, I get it, right? Like, you're a bad person, but you're looking after your bag. I get it. But it'd just be like fucking average Joe with a longshoreman job. Actually, no, longshoremen make good money. It'd be like a dude that drives Uber or I don't even know what MAGA does, bro. I don't know what they do. Anyway, so this is from the Institution on Taxation and Economic Policy. Just to give you an idea of the difference here. So this was the FAIR for media bias fact check. And then we're gonna go ahead and look at ITEP as well. Harass daycares. Yeah, literally. Center left, factual reporting high, right? So this is where they're getting their information. And this is what we're looking at. Bro, I don't even care. I don't even care about the left and right. Just the factual reporting part. is so bonkers to me that they're pulling this up. But anyway, so 70% of the gains are going to the richest 20%. This is not including tariffs. The ITAP report, including tariffs, is eye-watering. Did you see Nick Shirley's newest grift harassing home healthcare companies? Yeah, bro went to a healthcare plaza and thought it must be a scam. He's like, what? Why are all of these healthcare businesses in one building? Chris, thank you so much for your concert. Oh my God, that's an expensive gift. Thank you so much, Chris. Never seen that before. That was cool. Wait till he learns about malls. Where's the media bias checker? Hey, what's up? I wasn't sure if you meant to request or not.
I was actually tapping. But yeah, no, the whole home health care company thing just blew my mind because, like, he went to them and he's like, "There's no people here." And it's like, "Yes, these are home health care companies." That is correct. You potato. These are for whenever people are sick and need you to go to them, so they will not come here because it is a home health care company. Well, what do you guys even do? We take care of people at their home. Why are there so many of you in one place? Because there are a lot of people who need health care at home. I don't know. I don't understand what the problem is.
I mean,
there's no.
It's almost as bad as, hey, why aren't you letting us in to see all of your children?
Yeah, that I have people in my life who showed me that, and I was like, I have a 3-year-old. If a person shows up at my 3-year-old's daycare and tries to barge in, I hope they lock the door. I cannot imagine a world where they wouldn't lock the door.
Wait, someone said, is that like going to a fire department and asking where the fires are for like the home health care? All right, bro. Thank you so much for going up.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
You too.
I mean, I'm asking you because that's what Kamala Harris said.
I think that for those people that make more than $1 billion a year, they should pay a property tax on their wealth. That is what's
okay. Well, you talked about corporate taxes because that's what Kamala Harris ran on. She ran on raising the corporate.
Wait. This guy folded under no pressure. He said, wait, let's go back real quick because that was a bit of a long pause.
Tax rate. You want to tax unrealized gains. You want to do all these things.
Did I say that?
I mean, I'm asking you because that's what Kamala Harris said.
I think that for those people that make more than $1 billion a year, they should pay a property tax on their wealth. That is what's
okay. Well, you talked about corporate taxes.
He just instantly concedes, like, all right, I guess unrealized gains wasn't that bad. Why did you bring it up if you had no problem with it? He doesn't even know. He was just told to hate it, and then Isaiah just calmly says, "Yeah, that's probably fine." And he's like, "Okay, well, what about corporate tax?" It's just folded under zero pressure.
That's what Kamala Harris ran on. She ran on raising the corporate taxes and raising the effective gains tax. Can you at least acknowledge that is just economically suicidal for our country and would result in businesses slashing jobs and leaving our countries in droves?
You know what the top corporate tax rate was in the 1990s when Bill Clinton had the largest peacetime expansion of the American economy on record? 35%.
Okay.
Higher than what it was now. Do you know what the effective corporate tax rate? Do you know what the effective corporate tax rate was when Barack Obama had 74 straight months of job growth in America? Do you know when that was?
I know that
what it was?
I know that when we slashed the corporate tax rates in 2017, that we had record job growth under Donald Trump.
Do you know what it was?
COVID. What was it?
It was 35%.
Okay.
So in these mass periods of time in which we've had so much job growth in this country, tens of millions of jobs created in this country, we had a 35% corporate tax rate.
And then when we cut it again, there was even more job growth under the first Trump term.
All right, this is a cool fact check. Okay. While the corporate tax rate remained at 35% during President Barack Obama's 2 terms, businesses rarely paid that statutory rate, instead enjoying a number of deductions and loopholes to make the effective rate lower. Obama in 2012 proposed an economic reform plan that would have lowered the statutory rate to 28%, but closed the number of loopholes. The proposal went nowhere in Congress. Reminder, Mitch McConnell stated goal was, we're going to make Barack Obama a one-term president. They wouldn't pass anything if Obama proposed it. Obama could have proposed the give every Republican in Congress a blowjob act, and they would have been like, we chop our dicks off. Like, the moment the midterms happened, Barack Obama effectively became a lame duck president with 6 years left on his term. It really, really is like a travesty. Even to the point where Key and Peele did a skit on this. Ooh, I kind of want to watch it. Republicans obstructed Obama at every turn. Yeah, even to the point where it got to the Supreme Court nominee, a constitutional right that the president has to nominate a Supreme Court justice, and they blocked it for 13 months. 13 months. Is it this one? I'm assuming it's this one.
Now, first, let me just say that I'm encouraged that so many of you from the Republican Party have agreed to meet me in this way. Now, as you know, I've tried very hard to reach across the aisle and govern this country from the middle.
Well, all due respect, Mr. President, we disagree with you.
We think you should run the country from not the middle.
Well, that's why we're here. If you would, I'd just appreciate some feedback on some new ideas and directions for this country. Feel free to agree or disagree, whatever you want.
We're gonna disagree.
Disagree. Disagree. Disagree.
First, I think the government is too big. I think we need to shrink the size of the federal government so that all decisions can be made at the state level.
We disagree, Mr. President.
You drive a hard bargain. You win.
There we go.
Big government it is. Next up, this has been a hot button issue, but I think we can settle it right here. No taxes for rich people.
We completely disagree.
Round two goes to you guys.
Okay.
More taxes for the rich.
What the?
What is happening to us?
Man, I am taking a beating here, guys. All right, last issue, immigration. Now, we need to secure our borders, and anybody who's here illegally should be hunted down and deported.
We disagree.
We are a country of immigrants. No! We need a clear path to citizenship for all of those who are already here. Help me!
Great. I love your ideas. Lastly, we cannot regulate firearms.
Yeah, we can! Yeah, we can! Yes, we can! Yeah, we can!
All right. If you guys say so. And nobody better throw me a cigarette. Ain't I a stinker?
Okay, unironically, did Obama ever try this? Because I think we this might have worked, okay?
That's literally not what happened. The rate of job growth literally declined right after that. We just continued on a trend, and then it literally smoothed a little bit. That's kind of what happened.
No, we had record job growth under.
Wait. That's what happened in the Donnie Trump meeting? No. That was just infatuation. Never mind. I take it back.
We just continued on a trend, and then it literally smoothed a little bit. That's kind of what happened.
No, we had record job growth under President Trump in 2017 up until the start of COVID.
That's just simply not true. I mean, because what happened?
You're just wrong.
Because you can say that I am all you want. Because the reality is that under Donald Trump, the second the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was signed, we were on a period of job growth for a very long time, but the rate of increase started to smooth out a little bit. Because here's the reality: is that we saw that job growth in this country can continue with a top corporate tax rate of 35%.
And it would increase even more with a lower.
I don't know why Jubilee's not fact checking this. I'm trying to look it up right now for y'all.
And all I'm saying here today is that when you go and you cut these big taxes for these big corporations, what happens to the deficit? It goes up. It goes up.
Right, because we need to spend less.
You are borrowing against our children's future. That's why you saw an emergence of $1 trillion deficits when Donald Trump signed that bill.
Well, I mean, that was mainly because of COVID and having to spend during COVID.
No,
but yeah,
even if
I agree that we have a spending problem.
Even if you look
we need to spend a lot
even
less.
if you look at the Committee for Responsible Budgets report, which is a nonpartisan committee of non-COVID related debt approved into this country, about $4.5 trillion is approved under Donald Trump compared to about $2.4 trillion.
Okay, so then let me ask this: then why do we get a full bill? Do you agree with having requirements for Medicaid?
So the facts are that when you go and you pass a piece of legislation like that, it adds more debt that all of us eventually have to pay, and it leverages our children's future.
Pause. We're out of time.
Thanks so much.
Jobs added by quarter, job growth by quarter. The chart I keep seeing is so small from the BLS. It's like tiny. I'm trying to change the range, but it's being weird. Okay, well, I don't know why Jubilee didn't include a fact check on that one. I'll keep looking for it.
Eventually have to pay, and it leverages our children's future.
Pause. We're out of time.
Thanks so much.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact check.
Yeah, so nice to meet you, JP.
Good to see you, JP.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this one. This was the guy that looked astounded when Isaiah said that undocumented immigrants commit less crimes than American citizens, and the guest was like, "Yeah, that's probably true." Like the person who was sitting in the chair was like, "Yeah, that's probably true." This guy looked like.
Let's get right into it.
Let's go.
Yeah, so I think that I can see your claim. I want to hear you argue it a little more if you want.
I mean, the main argument is that look at all the things that Trump promised. He promised that he would make us not pay taxes. He promised us that we would have gas prices, national average, less than $2 a gallon. And he promised that he would cut our energy bills in half within a year. It's a year. We don't have any of that. Our energy bills are up 11%. Meanwhile, we see the wealthiest 1% of Americans getting about $1 trillion worth of tax cuts with a big rip-off bill. I would say that's very clear that he's more focused on the wealthiest people in our country.
I think that the argument that I would make, and I think it's a structural one, is that we've got, for the last 30 years, globalism has dulled our strategic thinking. And if we want real change, it's not going to happen, not in a year. It's going to be a strong break, and that's just beginning.
But he said it
what we've seen, and I think that's just part of the issue with a lot of Democrats, is a hyper-fixation on consumers, on, the products. But what we've lost is labor, and I think you, as a Democrat, should understand this.
I didn't know that it was a bad thing to be concerned about prices.
Under Joe Biden,
I didn't know
we
that
had
was a bad
50 to 60% increase of border crossings.
Annual CBP enforcement actions increased by an average of more than 200% between Trump's first term and President Biden's first term.
Legal immigrant population, you can fact check me on this, Jubilee, but I think it almost doubled. It's like 10 million people came into this country.
CBP data showed roughly 10.8 million encounters nationwide in the 4 fiscal years correlated to Joe Biden's presidency. Encounters. I don't think I have to explain to anyone with a functioning prefrontal cortex that encounters are different than entries.
That affects working class Americans. Democrats don't care about this policy. The reality is that Democrats will be, tariffs are a tax on consumers. But what?
It also includes, wait, let me just make sure I read that right. Okay. The statistic includes when U.S. Border Patrol takes a non-citizen into custody, asylum seekers. When someone tries to enter at a port of entry but doesn't meet the entry requirements.
The reality is that Democrats will be, terrible.
And when people were turned away under COVID-19 era Title 42 expulsions. The number is actually so much worse than I thought. So 10.8 million includes people that came to the border and just didn't get in because they didn't qualify to get in, and people that were turned away because of Title 42. And in their brain, that means that 10 million people came in illegally under Joe Biden.
Are attacks on consumers. But what do you say about the workers in America that have lost their jobs? Millions and millions of jobs that have left this country. If you think this is going to change in a year, then you're wrong. We need policy that's brave and courageous, and that's what we're.
Nah, bro.
Then you're wrong. We need policy that.
Yo, literally. Bro, what the fuck is he talking about? We might have to save Isaiah. This needs to be a reaction GIF or a reaction in Discord. I think we need this.
It's brave and courageous, and that's what we're seeing with Trump.
First off, the unemployment rate is higher since Trump has taken office.
The unemployment rate has not
I don't
changed
really
much.
know. I don't really know what you're talking about.
This last quarter, we had a 4% increase.
I think that we should stay focused on the
inflation
fact
increased
that
much more
I
than
did
the
not
last year's
know
Biden administration.
that it was controversial.
When Trump got elected the first time that the economy went up, you guys said, it's because he's benefiting from the Obama economy. But now that it's the first year and the economy is starting to lift up, you guys
starting to lift up?
You guys don't say the same thing.
Isn't inflation going up? What are you talking about?
Do you remember Joe Biden's presidency? What do you think happens when the government expands and continues to spend its money, lets millions of illegal immigrants in, and does nothing? If you want to lower inflation and at the same time bring back jobs, you need to do two things.
I don't think your friends think you're doing
domestic deregulation, while at the same time fighting the externalization of labor. We've left our country kill itself, and we don't want to do that no longer.
Please put sawdust in our food. Please put chemical runoff in our rivers. Yes, it'll be so good for the economy.
If it's going to take some discomfort, I welcome it. And I think many Americans welcome it. What we're not going to do, and what the Trump administration is not going to do, that Democrats did, is ignore the American people. Yes, popular sentiment right now, they're not comfortable with the economy. Okay. But they have not been comfortable with the economy in the last 30 years.
Because you've been talking for a solid 3.5 minutes.
Do you think the economy has worked under Biden or under Obama?
Here's what we were talking about. I'm going to remind you about the prompt. The idea in front of us is that it was not me that put these expectations on Donald Trump. Trump said it himself. He said that he would cut our energy bills in half by a year. He said that he could just go walk into the Oval Office and get it done. And what's happened
we're exporting more LNG now than ever before.
It's beginning. And right, 11% up is a lot different than 50% down like what he originally promised.
Why don't you like
Trump's not delivering.
Why don't you like?
If I was Isaiah, I would also bring up the grocery promise. I think that's an even bigger one than the because like his promise that we wouldn't pay income tax was like a milquetoast promise. Like he keeps going back and forth on that. But his promise to lower grocery prices on day one, he repeated multiple times, and like he's doing like nothing about it. In fact, he's doing the opposite with tariffs. So I don't know if he's just going to bring it up like right when I unpause, but that's probably what I would bring up before I would bring up energy prices. My personal opinion.
But our current energy policy.
Why is it that you cannot?
The Democrats are the ones that constrain energy. The Democrats are the ones that constrain drill, baby, drill.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's fine.
Bro speed ran the vote out.
I like you guys' energy. I will say that. Oh.
You're back.
She's quick.
Hello. I just kind of want to piggyback off some of the things I feel like my last friend was trying to get to. So, and you said Trump set the expectation for himself. And so what I feel like a lot of people do on the left is they hear Trump and they hear it through the lens of, I already hate him.
Sorry. This is just an interesting coincidence. I just got an email from about energy. Please reduce energy use Monday morning during period of peak demand. A strong cold front with wind chills in the teens and low 20s is headed to high energy use across Florida, is leading to high energy use across Florida. As a result, power supplies are limited. We take every possible action to manage the available power supply and work throughout the year to prepare for this type of constraint. Energy conservation can play a critical role to protect the energy grid from damage and avoid the possibility of temporary power outages. Is this a thing in blue states, or is this only like in Republican states that they don't have the infrastructure to in the teens don't tell our president? That's fucking wild. That they don't have the infrastructure for us to keep the heat on. Yes, here too sometimes. You guys need more windmills. Maybe we should not build a power grid that's from the 50s. Because I know this was a big deal in Texas. Like where it got cold in Texas and the power grid just crapped its pants. Ted Cruz went to the Caribbean. Dan, have you already reacted to Trump shitting himself earlier today? Trump shat himself earlier today? I'm going to need a link.
I already want him to fail. So already you're coming at it from a very counterproductive perspective. The way, because I watched every Trump rally because I had to.
Really?
Because, absolutely, because I used to hate him. But what I found out was the reasons why I hated him was because of how things.
I watched every Trump rally because I used to hate him. I'm gonna call a big old cap on that one. Okay, TikTok sometimes is very weird with their user interface. If you sent a heart me and sent a comment and sent did all the good things, you still have to go collect your points so that you get the little like orange thing next to your name. So next to my name, if you did do that, like there will be like a point collection thing. You have to press that again. That's what Sean is talking about. Also, if you haven't sent a heart me, it'd be awesome if you could. They're about $0.015 each. And if you're not following, make sure to drop a follow. Thank you so much. Hey, I miss you too. I am. Okay, we're gonna have to start pausing a little bit less. A little under halfway. Okay, 1.15x. I love you. All right, here we go.
Were cut up and presented to me for so many years. So I had to take it upon myself to go back. I had a lot of time in COVID to go back, watch every rally. A lot of it was hilarious, but it really gave me a full, better understanding of, oh, he was really saying this, right? So, because I used to be on the left, absolutely. How I see we're gonna do it within a year is the policies are gonna activate. We're gonna have clear policies and we're gonna make moves within the first year. Now, if you're being honest with yourself and you're being genuine, good things take time. Change takes time. We're not gonna fix everything that fell apart in 1 year. We're not gonna see the results by December. To me, that it would just be disingenuous to say that you believe that anybody could do that, especially since how we've suffered post-COVID. The globe suffered post-COVID. We have a lot to fix. So what I saw was him saying, hey, we're going to do these things, policy, we're going to have the strategy, the things set in place within the first year. Hence all the manufacturing deals. We have absolutely, NVIDIA, we have so much money coming into this country to build plants. All that's going to take time. And all of that's going to help the working class. Because let me tell you something, I'm also still the working class. I'm college educated. I know they said MAGA wasn't college educated or black, but I am. And let me tell you, but I'm also still working class. I also still drive Uber, drive Lyft. I clean a yoga studio. And let me tell you, like, usually those jobs go to, and no offense, but a lot of illegal immigrants to be.
Let me step in. So first off, I acknowledge that you work hard, right? That is a lot of work, and I want to salute you for that. But the reality is that a lot of people in this country listen to Trump rallies, and they heard him say specific things, and that's what informed him that's what informed them to go and make the decision to vote for him. The reality is that when you make promises, you're going to be graded on whether or not you keep them. And the reality is that he promised that he would cut our energy bills in half. That has not happened. It hasn't even remotely.
Have you seen on Twitter all the people thanking about the gas prices? They're low. They're not low here.
Hold up.
Yeah.
The energy bills are up 11%. That is a fact.
But
the national average for gasoline in this country is literally almost the exact same as what it was a year ago.
I know, but
it's about 5 cents less.
But even if you compare it by state, I feel like a lot of Democratic ran states are suffering.
It's an average.
Okay, but that
How's an
includes all
average
the
calculated?
Democratic states
How's an average
with huge populations.
How's an average calculated?
You calculate everybody together and then you divide it.
So were Democratic states included in the average last year?
Absolutely.
So they are included this year.
Okay.
So why are you mentioning this is some new phenomenon?
Okay, what I'm
Blue
saying
states
is-
were in there last year as they are this year.
So you're
And this year, gas prices are, if you compare it between this week and
They're
this
lower.
week last year,
No, but
it's
they're
only
lower than
5
last
cents
year.
lower.
But they're
And it
lower
was
than
Trump
last
that
year.
promised that he would have
But they
his
were
gas
lower,
prices
but the
less
prices
than
are
$2
lower
a
than
gallon.
last year, dude. There are so many people thanking Trump right now
5
on
cents.
TikTok. Just look for it. I know you don't want to look for it and you don't want to see the truth.
There are so many people thanking Trump on TikTok.
But just look for it. It's so many people taking pictures of the gas prices in
5
Texas and
cents.
Louisiana going, dang, I ain't seen gas. It's $1.19. I done seen
not
that so
happening.
many times on
That
TikTok,
doesn't
bro.
happen.
I promise to goodness, all you got to do is go look for it, baby,
You
because
can
it's
look
out
at the
there.
average.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can look at the
trying to do
average.
numbers, but I'm telling you, real people.
Because
I'm a
facts,
real person
because
sitting in front
facts
of you.
are over feelings. That's how
This
things
isn't
work.
feelings, it's reality.
Facts don't care about
It's
feelings.
reality.
That's how
This
it
is not a
goes.
feeling. It's reality.
And the reality is that the national average for gas is literally only 5 cents lower than what it was a year ago. And Trump
Oh,
said,
so it's lower. So we got it lower.
Trump said that
And
he was
it's
going to have
keep-
it less than
and
$2
it's
a
gonna-
gallon.
It's going to keep dropping.
Is that lower than
but
$2
it's
a gallon?
lower. There's progress.
So you're going to
And
celebrate 5 cents?
Yeah, I'm gonna celebrate anything that's lower. Yes, but and it's gonna keep going. I'm not in my ego, bro.
Says who?
You're coming at this in your ego.
In my ego because I'm looking at the facts?
No, I'm coming at this as an American who wants to see everybody prosper and succeed.
So
Period.
here's what's not prospering in this country. The fact that people are seeing real wage growth in this country literally half of what it was last year. The people in this country that are literally
Are you
watching.
talking about unemployment?
What?
Are you talking about unemployment?
Do you know what real wage growth is?
Absolutely.
What is it?
But I'm saying, okay, wage growth as in how much we're making as Americans. Like if the money we take home is growing. That's what you mean.
Inflation,
Yeah.
wage growth.
Right, right.
How they make that determination.
Right.
And if you look at that number
Right.
with everything together,
Yes.
it's half of what it was last year.
Okay. But I'm saying there are so many different factors that contribute to that.
Foreclosures are up.
Absolutely.
People cannot afford to live.
But literally, this was last year. This has been happening since the
you
pandemic.
had a president
This
that
has been
ran for
happening
office
since the
saying
pandemic.
that all he had to do was to get in office and he would
And now
fix
you're
every
coming back.
problem in
Okay, so
America.
it's-
And the reality is
now you're
that
coming
hasn't
back
happened.
to now you're coming back to we want the magic wand. You, have
You
to be
guys
practical.
ran on having a magic wand.
You guys, I didn't run nothing. Like, what are you talking about? You're
I
literally
thought that's
you're
what we
coming,
were talking
like,
about.
literally, there's no
Pause.
magic
You've
wand.
been voted out by the.
The problem with the one of the biggest problems with MAGA is that they're just really, really okay with being lied to. I don't know why. I don't know what about their brain chemistry or what about it is, but like you can point out like Donald Trump openly lying about this thing, and she's like basically admitting it. Like he ran on a magic wand. There is no magic wand. You know that, but you're just like cool with it. What? Why?
Majority, please take your seat. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Hi, how's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
I just wanted to piggyback on something that was said before about like the average of gas prices. So I know about this pretty well. So I'm from Washington State, and we had something called the Climate Commitment Act done by our Democrat-run state, which actually raised our gas prices since last year. So when you talk about the average only going down that much, it has gone down in a lot of other places in the country, but it's actually gone up in several blue states. So that's probably why you're seeing the average not go down by as much. So a lot of blue.
This, if true, is an interesting argument. I'm not saying it's true, and also it might be like negligible, but if true, that's an interesting argument against like the average versus the TikTok anecdotes. Not this queen supporting MAGA. No one is seeing it under 175. Yeah, there was no state unless there was an error that they were paying 119. That was absolutely insane.
States live in insulated bubbles where they're not even getting the effects of some of the benefits of Trump's policies like deregulation for energy.
Did blue states have gas taxes last year?
No, it was a new. Well, what we had is the CCA was introduced from 2022. The people tried to repeal it through an initiative. We gathered almost 2.4 million signatures,
That's
and
not what I asked, though.
it was declined by the.
Did blue states have gas taxes last year?
I can speak to my blue state. Yeah, we had. It was a new gas tax that we tried to repeal.
Blue states, as in California, Washington, other places, have had gas taxes for a long time, and they literally were in the national average last year, and they're in it this year. If you look at states like Texas, for example, that's a state that does not have this particular act that you're mentioning. Gas prices might be lower by 10 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, something to that degree. The reality is that Trump promised nationally that he was going to bring the national average of gas less than $2 a gallon. That has not happened. But here's what he has delivered on.
I mean,
here's
people say a lot of things during the campaign.
here's what he has delivered on. Trillions of
I hate this so much. People say a lot of things in that campaign. All politicians lie. It's like, and then you'll point out, okay, well, in the debate, Kamala Harris told 7 lies. Donald Trump told 60. Do you think that those are the same? It's not even that they're the same. They'd be like, oh, I'd rather the 60-time liar than the 7-time liar because she's a woman. Like, it's so fucking annoying that it's all politicians lie. So I will take anything, anytime he pisses on me and calls it rain, I will take it. Like, bro.
$3.4 trillion worth of tax cuts, $1 trillion of which flowed to the wealthiest 1% of Americans. He can keep promises to his rich donor friends, but he can't keep promises to people like you.
I'm more
and to
concerned
me,
with...
I think that's the reason why Republicans are struggling across this.
I don't really care if the rich are getting richer as long as the middle class and lower class are also taken care of. I don't believe in this whole idea that it's a zero-sum game and that in order for the poor to do better, the rich have to do worse.
Is that what I said?
No, but that's kind of what you're implying because we weren't even talking about...
That's not what I said.
We're talking about what affects people like me, right?
Well,
so gas prices affect people like me.
Well, what affects people like you is that Trump has not delivered on his whole promise of just wiping a pen on a piece of paper and then lowering people's gas prices.
But
what he
you
has not
ran for
delivered,
office because
what he
you
has
know that's
not,
not
what
how
he
it
has
works,
not,
right?
what he has not delivered on is the fact that literally people have their energy bills that are going up left and right. Inflation is going up. Food prices are going up.
And in my Democrat-run state, they voted to increase
everywhere
prices
across this country.
Right.
The reality is that you guys ran on an agenda. You ran on an agenda of lowering people's prices, and you did not.
Okay.
You didn't do that.
Oh, but we didn't do that across the board. Okay.
No,
now,
you didn't.
Well,
That's
when
what
you
a
look at-
national average is.
Sure, I understand that, but you're...
They really didn't. So let's say that the president determines all prices. Okay, let's make up a fantasy world where the president determines all prices by their actions. The only thing that's lower from when he got into office to now is eggs. Gas is about the same, marginally the same. 5 cents, let's call it 5 cents cheaper gas, $2 cheaper eggs. Everything else is more expensive, including like the cost of living, like actual utility bills, right, are more expensive. But the cost of eggs and the cost of gas are the things, and eggs are lower because of bird flu is gone. Yeah. I'm saying in the magical world, where it's the president's actions. Like even if we take it in their universe, hey Wawa, if we take it in their universe, where the president's actions determine all prices. No, Lovey, I ended the live a while ago. This is the start of a new live. The president's actions determine everything. Even in that world, Donald Trump is still fumbling because in that world, only gas is lower by 5 cents and eggs are lower by $2, and everything else, including utilities, are higher by way more than that. And so, like, even in their fake world where the president can do all of it, he's dog shit. Now we enter the real world where we know that, okay, well, gas prices are very little about gas prices are determined by the president's actions, and egg prices are like zero determined. It was literally the bird flu. We go to the real world, it's like, oh, this is even worse. So at best, the argument would be, well, the president can't lower grocery prices, and so my question would be, okay, so when the president said he was going to lower grocery prices on, when he was running for president, and he said he was going to lower grocery prices on day one, why did you just let yourself get cucked? Like you knew, oh, he's lying to me, but it's okay. It's so fucking weird. Why are you okay with being openly lied to?
Completely ignoring the factors that come into play in those individual states. In my state, just like they voted to raise the gas tax for what the gas you fill up in your car, they also voted to increase the gas for your natural gas that you use to heat your home. That affected small businesses. That affected immigrant small businesses more than anybody. You're not listening, actually. Because
I'm not talking about
as soon as I
gas
tell you
prices in
something
one
that actually affects the
because it's
average
irrelevant.
and middle, it's irrelevant? The middle class is irrelevant?
I never said that.
Well,
Here's what I said.
I'm trying to talk about what affects the middle class, and you're talking about billionaires and tax breaks.
Because here's what I said.
Okay.
What I said was that the national average is comprising of all 50 states.
Sure, I get what an
different
average is.
states have different policies.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is that some of these states that you're mentioning literally had gas taxes last year as well. They were also included in the average that Trump was lambasting, saying that it was so high and that he was going to get into office and completely change that. He
You
said
realize
that.
states have
so
state
the
rights, so
reality,
Trump just can't
so
come
the
into a state
Well,
and
that was
say,
his
like-
promise.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Oh my God, he's saying
Maybe he should have thought about promising something that he couldn't deliver on.
Okay, sure. Every politician should think about that. What
So then
politician
that's
has
what we're
delivered on
talking
everything
about.
that they've done?
That's the
realistically.
point. So the point is,
You're harping on this one thing and avoiding the actual thing that states are being mismanaged by Democrat-run states, from the governor down to the Senate, to Congress and mayors. I just won an election up in Snohomish County in Washington, shout out Aaron, and we won one of the only Republicans to win in our state, and we did that by communicating to the people and actually figuring out what they want and being an open book and not being this insulated, we know better than everybody and we're gonna try to, manipulate your life into what we want it to be. That's not how it works.
what were some of the things that you guys promised?
What we promised to actually, we didn't make any promises to any sort of donors or builders or anything like that.
What did you say that you would do in office?
That we would listen to the people and that we would,
What does that mean?
well, the biggest complaint about people was permitting. Permitting takes too long, and people were complaining about housing, that too much multifamily housing was being built. Well, guess what? If you make permitting so long and arduous, builders only want to build multifamily because if it's going to take years for the permit to go through, they're not going to get their money back unless they make this building a multifamily thing.
Right. So if you were to be in office and you didn't deliver on that, what would you think?
I would want to be held responsible for that, and I criticize Trump for that. I'm not here a sycophant.
Should be held accountable if you don't deliver on what.
100%. That's what we have elections for.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the point is the whole reason why we're having this conversation is because you guys, the Republicans, have not delivered on what they said that they would deliver. Food prices are up. Energy bills are up. Everything is up.
Yeah, the energy bills and gas prices are up in my state because of Democrats.
Because the point is that
that's just facts.
We're talking about national averages.
This is rhetoric. This actually means so little because
it
actually
means so little to that person that goes to the grocery store and realizes that they can't afford anything. No, it means so little to the person that's losing their jobs left and right.
It means so little to the person who's seeing $2 gas in other parts of the country and they're paying $5.25 a gallon. That's who it means a lot to. Okay.
There is not a single gas station in this country that was paying $5.25 and is now paying $2. That might be the biggest lie of this entire video.
It means a lot to the people that are single moms needing to go take their kids to the doctor's appointment.
What state are you referring to that's paying $2 and something a gallon?
Oklahoma, Tennessee. I saw in Arizona, I paid $2.80.
In Arizona, okay, if you look at the state average for Arizona, it's about maybe 10%, maybe a little bit lower, but it's not. But we don't even know that. We don't even know that.
That it did lower, but just not as much as you wanted it to lower.
Because that's what you.
I don't get what your point is.
Because that was your promise.
I don't get what your point is.
That's what you promised. Okay. You promised that you were going to have these prices less than $2 a gallon nationally, and that did not happen.
I look a little different than Trump. I did not say those things.
Well, Trump still made these promises.
He did. He did. Sure.
And he didn't deliver it.
Okay.
There we go.
Congrats.
That's the argument. The only promises that seem to be kept are for those that are well connected in this country. Because it makes no sense to me that we got the tax exemptions.
If someone else breaks your promise for you, is that still your fault?
What?
If you promise something to somebody and say there's a middleman, like, I don't know, a state government, and then that middleman completely takes away what you promised to somebody else, is that still your fault, or is that the fault of the person who actually has control in that area?
Why don't you explain to me what this Washington particular thing is?
It's the CCA, it's the Climate Commitment Act.
So what is that?
So it's essentially it's a carbon tax, and Jay Inslee, the last governor of the state, promised that it would only increase gas prices by pennies. That's what he literally said. He said pennies. We're talking about pennies. On average, it increased between 50 to 70 cents per gallon. I'm not, listen,
You voted out, I'm sorry.
All right.
Did Jubilee just stop doing fact checks halfway through the video? Well, I have to do this myself?
Isaiah.
What's up, brother?
Mo Robbins.
Thank you.
Hey, man, I'm going to be honest. Everything you've said up here sounds really disingenuous and one-sided. Where were you when Joe Biden's inflation raised to 9%? Where were you when Joe Biden's gas prices were $8 and $9? Where were you when the middle class was forced to stay inside and was forced to shut their businesses, and the richer got richer and the poor got poorer? That was the real disparity there. And now you're sitting here complaining 9-10 months into a presidency about how he hasn't done what he's promised? Give the man a break. We just came out of the worst economy that's ever existed.
2.7% was the inflation.
The worst economy that's ever existed is wild.
Rate, the night of the presidential election, is that the worst the economy that you've ever seen?
What do you mean say it again?
On the night of the presidential election, the inflation rate in this country was 2.7%.
So does that just take away the fact that it got to 9% in 2021 and 2022? What's your point?
First off, I'm not here to defend everything under Joe Biden.
No,
what I am here to say is that when inflation was high, that was a result of the pandemic, and he brought that down to 2.7%. So you inherited,
in the last year,
you inherited an economy.
So 3 years
where inflation
was absolutely
substantially lower, and as a result, you guys ran a cold campaign saying that you were going to reduce it lower than the 2.7%. That did not happen.
But it's happening. In fact,
is it? Is inflation going down?
Well, actually, what's crazy is the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, just said that we've taken in more money.
Is inflation going down?
Let me finish my comment. Jerome Powell said that the tariffs have brought in so much money
Is inflation
that we're
going
actually
down?
in a surplus. It will.
Inflation.
Tariffs brought in so money that we're actually at a surplus. Even if we were, what does that have to do with inflation?
Is going down?
It's
Does
not.
anybody think that their grocery prices are going down in America?
Actually, chicken did just go down. Why? Because Trump thought that they were.
And beef
gouging
prices are near all-time highs.
So okay,
So we can play this
you're
game of
picking and
one.
choosing.
That's
So
why you
what
got to
I'm
look at an
asking is,
average.
you're
That's how that
you
works.
ran for Congress, but you didn't speak out when Joe Biden destroyed this country, and now you're here 9 months into a presidency. Oh no!
I didn't pre-watch. I don't know what Isaiah is going to say, okay? What I would respond to this is, what do you think Joe Biden should have done? And I think that would short circuit him.
Come on, man.
Because
This all
inflation
seems
was
disingenuous.
2.7%. What are you talking about?
It seems totally disingenuous. Chicken went from $3.40 to $10, and you said nothing. And that's
Inflation is
ridiculous.
up.
And now you're complaining that Donald Trump can't magically flip the switch.
He made the promise. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is disingenuous. You haven't even waited a year yet.
He said that he was going to do this quickly. He said on day one he was going to start lowering
Democrats and Republicans. We realize things take time.
You made the promise and said that it was going to happen in less than a year.
Everybody makes promises, my man. Let's be.
Oh.
Bro, wait, where's the caption? It's literally, it's Donald Trump said, I am going to do this in this period of time. He broke that promise. This is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. We know it's going to take time. We knew he was lying to us the whole time, and we just took it. We accepted it. How is this a flex? Like, yeah, in real time, we knew he was lying. Is the flex. Like, yeah, we're smarter than the president that we voted for. That's the flex you're going with?
Oh, okay.
No, you're not. Again, this is why I think you're disingenuous. You're laughing at me. Did you win your Congress?
Brother, we're talking about the fact that inflation.
No. I'm saying maybe you didn't win because you're disingenuous.
And now we have inflation that's going up.
Okay.
I don't see.
So gas prices nationally are beneath $3 a gallon, lower than they've been in years. And you're sitting here picking and choosing. Again, you're complaining that it's 5 cents lower. And going back to my man's point right here, Gavin Newsom also introduced a new tax this year that raised prices again. So when you have Democrats that are counterintuitive to the success of this nation, they're destroying it, not Republicans. In fact, every single judge that sued Donald Trump.
So why have we not seen similar increases or decreases, for example, in Texas? Texas hasn't seen.
Texas just got under $3, I think. People are talking about it right now.
It was less than $3 last year, the state average.
The state average was less than $3 last year. We'd love to see
The price of gas in Texas averaged $2.74 a gallon in 2025, according to the U.S. Energy Information data. The agency listed prices slightly lower in the first few weeks of January, averaging $2.35. So wait, what was the claim?
Increases or decreases, for example, in Texas. Texas hasn't seen.
Texas just got under $3, I think. People are talking about it right now.
It was less than $3 last year, the state average.
The state average less than $3 last year. We'd love to see the Jubilee fact check on that. But.
Okay, well, he's seeing it. Hey, really, really angry white dude. If you're watching, there's a fact check. So I hope that clears things up.
Now we'll be correct.
Okay, I hope so. I hope you're right. But the national average is below. It's 5 cents below what it was. We're in a good.
You said it was going to be less than $2. That's what Trump.
No, I didn't say it.
Well, that's what Trump said.
Okay, let's get there. But it's really counterintuitive when you have Newsom, the guy from Washington, adding taxes on top of the gas to keep it high. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose to make sure.
How would that affect Texas if the promise is that it's going to get less than $2? Let's say we take the previous guy's argument, right? That the blue state policies are affecting the average. Okay, well, Texas is still not below $2 on average.
Prices don't come down.
Oh, they're intentionally.
Oh, so you get it now. You get it.
Intentionally raising prices?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Why is this hilarious?
What's hilarious to me is watch anybody think about intentionally raising prices when your central
Are you kidding
policy is tariffs. Nothing raises prices like tariffs. The argument was that Trump is raising people's prices.
No.
That's a fact.
Wait, bro did the anime, the glasses thing. Wait.
Nothing raises prices like tariffs. The argument was that Trump is raising people's prices.
No.
That's a fact. You can say it for whatever reason you want.
Your argument
but
is
he's
that
still
he's not
raising
looking
prices.
out for the middle class. You just changed your argument. He is looking out for the middle class. Hopefully tariffs bring jobs back here and brings back manufacturing.
Why is the unemployment rate going up? Why is manufacturing activity going down?
Well, let's see. The unemployment's going up because we had to fire a bunch of people that were sitting in government because Joe Biden made government jobs go astronomically out of control. And
So
then he paid a
with?
ridiculous salary. So that's why you're like, oh, the wages went down. Actually, wage growth hasn't gone up in 50 years. The median salary in this country hasn't gone up in 50 years. In fact,
Wait, hold on. I have two things. So first I have this one. Okay. And second, like, bro's just saying shit right now. What are you talking about? This was incoherent.
50 years to salaries. Biden made government jobs go astronomically out of control. And then he paid a ridiculous salary. So that's why you're like, oh, the wages went down. Actually, wage growth hasn't gone up in 50 years. The median salary in this country hasn't gone up in 50 years. In fact, if it did, minimum wage should have been well over $20 10 years ago.
Will you support raising the minimum wage?
No, I won't.
Okay, pause.
Do you care about wage growth?
No, that's not what we're discussing. But hey, it was good. Okay, let's get back to it.
My next surrounding claim is that Doge was a complete and total failure.
Oh, goated.
You're pretty quick, Philip.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor and pleasure.
Good to see you,
Thank you so much for having me. So the claim being that Doge was a complete and total failure, I have difficulty imagining that that's true because, and I am coming at this as an anti-statist. I'm a very strong proprietarian, believe in private property rights. But I will say I read all these stories, and I expect they're at least somewhat accurate, that the U.S. State Department was running global programs all over the world for, all kinds of absurdities, like they were promoting transgenderism in places like Nigeria where the people clearly don't want it. The people of Nigeria are often very conservative. They don't agree with.
In 2021, President Joe Biden signed a memorandum entitled Advancing the Human Rights of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, and Intersex Persons Around the World. It stated that the United States should
with this stuff. They're promoting Well, they were doing it through like education programs primarily.
Pursue an end to violence and discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, or sex characteristics, and to lead by the power of our example in the cause of advancing the human rights of LGBTQ plus persons around the world. Sounds good to me, but I'm not like a fucking bigot, so I don't know. Like I can't put myself in his shoes. I don't understand why this is such a problem.
Really targeted at younger university students because they're trying to take hold of the
The United States government was funding
the State Department. Yes.
Yeah,
like gender ideology education programs. They were trying to teach. Yeah, they're.
A 2024 job posting for security escort position in Nigerian U.S. Consulate General. Applications were told that the U.S. mission in Nigeria supports diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. DEIA, for those that are somehow denying that DEIA was ever the acronym, and that all genders are welcome to apply. This is what's making them crash out.
Trying to teach people in the third world stuff that came out of the Princeton faculty lounges, like there's 74 genders and things of that nature.
Nigeria criminalized same-sex activity as well as gender expression of trans people in 2013. I want to say I'm 99.99% sure that the United States wasn't teaching anyone in Africa that there are 74 genders. I don't even think the trans community advocate for like I don't know what is the multiverse of genders. The trans community isn't even pushing something like that. And the idea that the United States is spending taxpayer dollars to teach people in Africa, in Nigeria, that there are 74 genders is asinine.
There's a class that's funded by the United States State Department.
Oh, in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Nigeria.
Also, quick thing. Not a lot of people remember that this one really based comment from Biden. So somebody asked them, they asked them the gotcha question, right? They asked, how many genders are there? And Biden hit them with at least 3 and then walked away. That's my president.
Yeah, these deeply conservative cultures that the Ivy League educated people that run the U.S. State Department, they want to convert it into an Ivy League faculty lounge. That's what they want to do. So, they spread all this cultural Marxist, propaganda all over the world, and they try to, the core goal of it, the end goal is to undermine the family, is to undermine traditional family and traditional faith. That's.
By the way, if y'all didn't pick up on it, he's wearing a Pepe the Frog shirt. Also kind of looks like a Pepe the Frog. Full offense.
Their goal. So they want to do that in places that are very conservative and family oriented, like Nigeria, and Pakistan might be family oriented in the wrong way.
Why do you think that if this is true, why do you think that they would want to do that?
Well, because the end goal is to undermine the family and to undermine traditional faith. Because if they make it so that the younger,
so the United States government was trying to undermine.
Absolutely. Oh, the United States government historically, I would say, for at least since at least the beginning of the Cold War, if not even before that, they've been some of the chief promoters of cultural Marxism and policies and ideologies and philosophies that are designed to undermine traditional faith and traditional family throughout the world. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, the U.S. government overwhelmingly, especially for the past probably 3 generations of Americans, it's overwhelmingly been a force for global evil. Really, it's an evil empire.
That's really interesting to me because the last time I checked, I think the Doge was created to cut spending in the United States.
Yes.
And what has happened, depending on who you ask, $7 billion, $2 billion, somewhere between there is that number.
It's a drop in the bucket.
Do you know what that total percentage of that is the United States budget?
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me if it's below 2%.
Like 0.1%.
Yeah, no. From a fiscal standpoint, it was certainly a failure. But what I'm saying is, from a culture war standpoint, I think there were some
when it comes
successes.
to cutting spending for Americans in our country,
right,
it was a complete and total failure.
Close to a total failure. Yeah, when it comes to actually cutting spending,
I guess then we would agree.
On the fiscal level, yes, not necessarily on the culture war.
I'm glad we could agree.
Or not necessarily on the broader philosophical.
Because what also happened as a result of this was spending. The Trump administration went and pushed even further wasteful spending. For example, the $1 billion that they're about to spend or currently spending to rename the Department of War. I would say that's a pretty wasteful.
Imagine using the phrase culture war unironically as something you want to push.
Group of spending.
Yeah, I would say it probably is.
$1 billion to retrofit a plane from Qatar.
Yeah, I don't.
That's pretty wasteful, if you ask me.
Republicans are very wasteful spenders too. They certainly are. There's no question.
I think we agree.
We effectively, and you might even agree with this too. To a great extent, we have a uniparty in this country. The only real separation, I would say, between Republicans and Democrats is really on the culture war issues, and this is where Noam Chomsky was correct. He said that we've reached a situation in America where the major parties have no choice but to run on culture war issues because economically, to a great degree, they're indistinguishable.
Well, what is true is that we see these mass increases to the deficit and then, for example, the national debt when Republicans take office, largely because they blow a donut hole in the deficit by giving tax cuts to the richest people in America. I think that that's something that just needs to stop.
Well, I'm anti-tax and anti-status, so I don't think that anybody should pay taxes because I don't think that there should be taxes, and I don't think there should be a state that has to be funded by taxes.
You don't think there should be any taxes?
No, I think that society should be governed by voluntary private associations designed to protect private property rights.
Did you fly here to Los Angeles?
No, I'm from around here, if you can believe it. So yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you drive here?
I got driven here.
You got driven here on what?
Yes,
on roads, right?
Oh yeah, no, I fully recognize that there's public amenities all around us, and that in some way or other.
In order for you to drive here, it takes what? It takes funding to keep the roads.
Well, yes, but I've been forced to pay taxes to fund the construction and maintenance of those roads.
The money has to come from somewhere.
Yes, it'll come from.
You've voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's an honor and pleasure. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi,
Good to see you.
So I know Gavin Newsom is the leader for the Democratic Party right now. That's who's going to be the nominee most likely, and everyone's super excited about him. But guess what? I live in California, where spending is out of control, and the fact that nobody wants to even look into fraud and everyone is burning down Teslas when Elon Musk was trying to help and he came in with good intentions is shocking to me. Gavin Newsom cannot find right now $24 billion that he spent on the homeless, when actually they increased the homeless now by 20%, because all they do is just keep building housing and hiring developers. These 2 developers now have been indicted because they've been spending all their money on Coachella tickets and Birkin bags, private jets, vacations, you name it.
Well, last time I checked, I'm not really here to debate the record on Gavin Newsom and what happens in California. I'm here to talk about.
Did I miss anything interesting? Cody Holmes, the CFO of Shangri-La Industries was indicted in October on charges alleging he embezzled more than $2.2 million to afford real estate, sports cars, travel on private jets, and VIP passes to Coachella, in addition to $250,000 in jewelry bags. What does this have to do with anything? Chat, fill me in. What does this have to do with what we're talking about? Apparently, Gavin Newsom heads the Democratic Party. Oh, right. Gavin Newsom spending money and not knowing where. Oh, okay. So that one I know where that one comes from, actually. So basically, the money that. So Republicans read the report. There was a report that came out from some department in like California government that basically said like they don't have an exact number on how their investment into the homeless population has translated into benefits of quality of life or reduced number of homeless people or whatever it might be. And they heard that as Gavin Newsom spent $25 billion and he doesn't know where it went. Department of Twitter. Yeah, they specified he didn't know where exactly it went, not that it disappeared. It wasn't even that he didn't know exactly where it went. It's that they didn't have they didn't know exactly what the outcomes were from that spending. All of it, where it went, is all documented. So comprehension issues, yeah, either intentionally or bad faithfully.
About Doge and what has happened in the federal government. And as a result,
his arrest was announced at the same time. 44-year-old Stephen Taylor of Brentwood was charged with 7 counts of bank fraud, 1 count of aggravated identity theft, and 1 count of. Who are these people that are coming up? Like, what does this have to do with Gavin Newsom?
Result of these policies, you've cut maybe 0.1% of the federal budget. Meanwhile, you've just gone and spent everything else. You now have, for example, like I said, $1 billion to rename the Department of War. You now have, for example, the fact that they're spending money, about $12 billion for farm subsidies because the tariffs were just that bad. So it's.
I actually, maybe not now, rewinding you'll see. I kind of don't want to. I kind of, another time, maybe off live, I gotta look up how it costs $1 billion to change the name. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but that is wild. $1 billion.
All a wash. So I don't really understand.
Well, nobody let him do his job.
How is it that
Nobody
you guys are actually cutting spending?
So he said that Elon said that it was somewhat successful, and the only reason he wouldn't do it again is because everyone burnt down his Teslas and tried to destroy his business that he started. $100 to $200 billion in zombie payments is what he said.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you get your $2,000 Doge check?
From the tariffs?
From Doge as a result of all the spending that was supposed to happen.
An idea that spawned from social media and eventually got in front of President Trump was a Doge dividend. Though Trump and Doge head Elon Musk expressed support for the measure, savings from Doge haven't hit their stated goals.
There was supposed to be a $2,000 Doge check. Did you get that?
No, but they haven't said anything about
Have they introduced something for that?
Who said that they were supposed to do that?
That's
I know we're supposed to be
getting. That we'd be getting a check in the mail.
But no, but you guys went into this not letting him do what he came there to do.
So you control
Why
the
would
House,
anyone want fraud to be continued?
and the White
If it's
House.
when I
You control
brought up
literally
California
all
because
three,
it's happening in
and
this
you
government.
still
Why is it
couldn't
happening
get
over
it
there?
done?
What do you mean?
You control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Okay.
And you still couldn't get it done?
How could anyone work like that? Honestly,
Having
you
all
guys
three
did not let
with
the
full
guy
control.
do it.
The House, the
He's a
Senate, and the
Nazi.
White House.
They literally had free reign. They were looking at our social security numbers. Doge had free reign. We didn't do anything to stop them. Like the congressional Democrat approval ratings right now is like 20% because Democrats are mad they're not doing more. And in their mind, when they have all the power, well, the Democrats are stopping us. We actually live in two different worlds. We really do.
House,
villainized him
you control it
24/7.
all.
Oh,
you control it all.
So what?
And you
so
still
what?
couldn't get it done with your people in
You guys were doxing him and calling this guy big balls and going crazy about every single thing with Doge. Doge was literally.
The guy's handle was big balls. What do you mean calling this guy? That was his handle. That's not us that made that up.
Literally vilified. But we were allowed to be audited by the IRS when Biden hired 80,000 IRS agents, the random regular people.
Let me ask you a question.
You don't, I'm sorry, but if there's people doing fraud in the government, you don't want to know about it?
How does a bill become a law? Do you know?
Goes through Congress.
And so then what? It has to go through both chambers of Congress.
Okay.
It has to go to the president.
Yes, and then
who
he
has a
sign off.
majority in the Senate?
We do.
Who has a majority in the House?
We do. But what
Who
does that
has
have to
a
do with
who,
Doge?
who is in the White House? What party is in the White House?
The Republicans.
So it's almost like you can do anything you want. They
Yeah.
managed to pass tax cuts for the richest people in America, but they didn't manage to go get the checks that they promised the American
When
people.
did they promise?
So it's
the check?
almost like
But they're not even
that just
done yet.
didn't happen.
But they're not
whatsoever.
even done yet. Honestly, the same way Trump got into office and everyone said, price of eggs, price of eggs. Within 2 days in office when the bird flu was around for 3 years before and no one said boo.
Because here's what's so interesting
So nothing.
about conservatives.
Yes.
Is that you run on all of these different things, and then the second you don't do them,
Yeah.
you expect that people will not hold you accountable.
No
You
one's
did
saying,
not go and
nobody's
do these
saying
things.
that. No,
And the reality,
I'm not, I didn't, where did I say that?
Is that you walked around
Yeah.
and cut 0.1% of the federal budget, then you spent over that with wasteful spending, like for
I
example,
don't like
the
wasteful spending.
$500
I've never
billion
said that I did.
that Kristi Noem is spending for a new private jet to retrofit another Qatari Air Force One. You can say
But
all
can
this
we
money
agree
to
on
do that.
something? Why? But can we agree on something? Is it okay to vilify Doge and Elon and all this stuff? Why wouldn't you want to know? From the get-go, everyone went crazy about Doge and all that. Why wouldn't you want to know if there's fraud? I know if my entire state, we don't know where the money's going, our sidewalks are broken, there's potholes everywhere, all the homeless are trashing the street, graffiti everywhere. I don't know where my taxes are going here. I live here.
Well, then,
so,
I
and
think-
he
I
is
think
your
that-
model.
I
You
think
got, he's
that-
going to
I
be the
think
running
that
for
you should-
president. That's your
I think
model,
that-
right? Not Kamala.
I mean, look,
that's your model.
I think
so.
you
I don't
should go
understand
and
why
talk to
wouldn't you
those
care?
folks in California.
I do.
But ultimately,
I do, and I get nowhere
I'm
with
here,
them. Everyone's
I'm here
committing
to
fraud.
talk about Doge. And the
Yeah,
reality
but
is,
why?
is that
did you want Doge to start? Did you want Doge to
I
start?
support government efficiency. Actually, I do. I think that if
did
there's-
you
wait a second.
condemn the burning of the Teslas and all
talk
that?
about it. Let's talk about this.
Mhm.
I believe that government needs to be more efficient. I think that everybody
good.
should. Barack
So
Obama
happy
was
to
somebody
be on
that
that.
supported a lot of that.
Yeah.
But that's not what you did.
Why
You added
is-
more
why so?
bureaucracy across the board.
Mhm.
You then meant to go and spend more money than you allegedly cut. You lied about the money that you were cutting
But
before
it's
you
only
got
been a
called out
couple
before
months of the
NPR.
administration. You guys, I wish you guys held the Biden
You fired Elon
administration
Musk.
into-
You fired
I
him.
wish you held.
You literally told
inflation was
Elon to go home.
transitory. Inflation
You
was
literally
transitory.
sent
then
Elon
it was
to go
out of
home.
date. Elon had to go home because no one let
So
the
then
guy.
he didn't do
You
the
wanted
work.
to destroy his. Okay, you guys don't let anyone do anything. Literally.
You control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
But that's irrelevant. Oh, so we can go back to
Oh.
immigration then, because why don't you guys pass laws on immigration after
You
4 years
literally-
of Biden when they told
you
us
literally-
they told us he was
You
healthy
literally
and
did
sharp
not
as-
go
sharp
and
as a
do
tack.
what you promised. You didn't.
But we're not done yet.
You fired Elon. He's gone.
Done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's up, man? Scotty.
I don't gotta say anything.
Yeah, so
Scottie Pippen.
Yep, come on now. Honestly, I kind of want to start off like, why was Doge even in this? Honestly, when we all saw the prompts, I went, what the heck? Why nobody talks about Doge anymore, right? I think we both can agree, right, that I do think Trump shouldn't be spending those things on the Department of War, right? Shouldn't be spending all that money, right? But Democrats did the exact same thing. And when you look at Doge, the core of it was good. We're trying to get rid of government spending. That was the whole point, right? And so when you look at your prompt, can you say your prompt again one more time for me?
Doge was a complete and total failure.
Complete and total failure. Now, can I look at you and say Doge was a complete success? No, I can't, right? But your rhetoric when you say that prompt, right, is totally misguiding for us, right? What are we supposed to say to that, right? And now you did say, right, it said, what was it, 0.1% that we're saved
as a
in.
result?
I don't exactly know the number that they had said or anything, but we're supposed to cut government spending,
they say
right?
initial-
Did any government funding get cut?
Wait a
You
second.
said it.
Wait a
Did
second.
any government funding get cut?
No,
You said that
because you then spent more than what you cut.
0.1%.
You cut 0.1%, then you went and bought private jets, you retrofitted another Air Force One, you're renamed
Okay,
the
that's
Department of War.
like- okay,
so it's
but-
almost like that's a wash. And I remind you, the national debt is set to increase this year by $2.3 trillion.
Okay.
So
Okay, but where does that
and
money-
so by the way,
$1 trillion and you say like a $500 million jet, that's like paper money right there.
So that's what I'm saying. So the peanuts on the budget that you cut is literally already been absorbed by other things. If you made $50,000, this would be the equivalent of celebrating a $50 situation. I mean, so look, let's talk about what's happening in this country. Is that you guys ran on cutting $2 trillion. Then it turned to $200 billion. That's nowhere close to being reality. So that whole situation was a failure. If we're talking about Doge as itself, it didn't happen.
It did happen, right? We had Elon. What do you mean it didn't happen? It did happen,
didn't
right?
deliver on
now,
what you promised.
Exactly. No, I can agree with you, right? Did we cut $2 trillion?
No.
we didn't.
Did you cut
right?
$200
But
billion?
Trump tried, right? He ran.
He
on it
tried,
because he
and he
saw
failed.
how bad Biden was at the government spending, right?
And he
ran
failed.
there,
He
right?
tried and he failed.
I don't think it's necessarily a failure, right? When you try, like, does Trump have to be perfect in everything that he does?
He didn't even get to.
No, he doesn't have to be
fraction of what
actually
he
perfect,
said.
right? But it's the whole point
But
of
he
him
didn't even do
going
that.
there.
Okay. If I promise, right? If I promise that this is actually a real world example, okay? if I promise my girlfriend that this live is going to be between 2 and 3 hours, okay, and it ends up being 4 hours, I wouldn't call that a total and complete failure. If I promise her that it's going to be between 2 and 3 hours, and it ends up being 2 to 3 days, even if I tried to end the live, that was a complete and total failure, right? Like, are we
trying to cut government spending from the start?
Government spending increased. The government's spending more money than they did last year. That's according to the Treasury.
Well, okay, break that down then. Okay, no, but break that down, right? In terms of why though? But why is the government spending going up?
I mean, I'm just telling you, because if the whole idea was to go cut spending in the United States federal budget, that did not happen. It didn't happen. You're spending more.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to like say though, right?
I want you to just say
he's experiencing cognitive dissonance in real time. That's what that face was. We're gonna just watch that face again. This is his brain is trying to. The cogs are trying to get there, right? I don't think this is. There's been a lot of bad faith actors. I don't think this is one of them. Just like Guest 2, I think this is just one of the people that have been duped, and his brain is just it's trying so hard, but it's dissonating so much.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to like say though, right?
I want you to just say. I just want you to say
from the beginning is just dumb.
And that can be
none of us
that can be your argument
really
all you want.
Doge, and all of us, none of us.
That can be your argument all you want. That doesn't change the fact that Doge was a complete and total failure, and you're here to make me. And the reality is that it failed.
Right? We wanted to cut spending, right?
Wait a second.
Wanted to.
Wait a second. You tried to do it. So I guess you want a participation trophy, don't you?
Okay, so did Biden cut
you want a participation
did Biden cut
trophy?
Government spending?
You
did
want
Obama
a cookie?
cut government spending?
You want a
did
cookie?
Bush cut government spending?
What was the deficit?
That's the problem. Republicans want less government control. That's the whole difference between you. Democrats want bigger government control.
In 2016, can you tell me around, you don't got to be perfect, what the deficit was in this country? Can you tell me what that number was?
Like the national debt?
Yes, the deficit. No, the deficit. The deficit, budget deficit in this country.
They don't
actually don't. Tell me.
It was around the $500 billion range.
2016.
Yes, 2016. Okay. That number is now 2.3 trillion. Okay, so 1.8 trillion on the deficit, 2.3 trillion. Yeah, because you got.
By the way, just a quick fun fact. It's not fun, but that 2.3 trillion, I want to say, is it 1 billion of it is just to servicing our debt. It's that's the interest we're paying on the debt. So nearly half. Absolutely disgusting.
Guys went and signed in 2017 the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which ballooned the deficit. It continued. It was a long piece of legislation.
Trillion. Thank you. 1 trillion of the 2.3 trillion. Sorry, 1 trillion with a T of the 2.3 trillion. We're paying an interest every year. 1 trillion.
Continued throughout Biden's presidency.
Okay, yeah,
that same thing you just went and approved, literally to extend those same tax cuts to now add $3.4 trillion to national debt. My whole point about why I'm talking about this is because Doge did not go and do the things that it promised. It said that it was going to cut spending. It didn't happen. I think that you conservatives should just own up to the fact that it was a failure.
Okay, say.
Pause, you've been voted out. Thank you.
Hi.
What's up?
Jessica.
Good to see you.
Okay, so I think Doge didn't do as much as we wanted it to do, and I think part of it had to do with the fact that Elon Musk had to be out of the office in 120 days in the administration because he wasn't a government employee. I think part of that also has to do with the fact that Biden increased to almost 1.9, but $2 trillion in our national debt, and he was the one who printed 40% of the dollars circulating in America right now in 2022, which created more inflation, which created more spending.
Okay, I was about to hit the BRB, but sound went out? Wait, did it really?
In our government now increased to government employee. I think part of that also has to do with the fact that Biden increased to almost 1.9, but $2 trillion in our national debt, and he was the one who printed.
Okay. The Bipartisan Committee for a Responsible Budget estimates that in his 4 years, Biden approved $4.7 trillion in new 10-year debt through legislative and executive actions, more than half of which was tied to COVID-19. We all know this. It's this right here. Hold on. Bring to front. Order, bring, move to top. This right here. Yeah. So this was the chart before his term ended. So this is 4.3 trillion. It ended up being 4.7 trillion by the end of his term, and that's Trump's first term. So like the light red is the COVID spending, dark red is non-COVID spending. Or net 10-year debt approved, rather.
40% of the dollars circulating in America right now.
The Federal Reserve is, I love this. The Federal Reserve is responsible for printing money. It's unclear what statistic the person is attempting to According to the Fed, currency in circulation increased nearly 213 billion from June 2020 to June 2021, crossing Trump and Biden administrations. Yeah, so I've debated enough of these window lickers to know that what they're trying to cite is the period of time that the most amount of money was printed. But that period of time is actually the end of 2020. It goes over 2020 and 2021. This is pandemic related, by the way. It's not Trump or Biden, but so it's like it doesn't even work in their own worldview because that would have been Trump's term.
In 2022, which created more inflation, which created more spending in our government. We're spending and paying for people.
In contrast, from June 2021 to June 2022, new notes added to the circulation total about half of that at 107 billion. So this is the middle part of Biden's term. The nation's overall money supply increased nearly 46% during Trump's first administration, mostly driven by COVID-19, and 11% during Biden's administration. All the Bitcoin bros, all the crypto bros that are currently losing their homes because of the price of crypto today, right here, okay? I never want to hear you say some shit about, oh, Biden printed all this fiat currency or whatever. Miss me with that. Also, I don't want to hear some shit about like, oh, well, Trump would be better for Bitcoin. So even if I'm selfish, I'm at least focusing on my bag. Bitcoin's at like 70,000 right now. And it was over 85 when Biden left office. So
to have transgender balls in places like Europe and, you know.
Where is that happening?
Well, it's not happening anymore because we cut USAID.
USAID, before it was... I rarely hear about crypto now. Well, yeah, you only hear about it during bull markets. During bear markets, they go back to working at Wendy's. USAID, before it was defunded, funded several LGBTQIA plus initiatives in European countries, something that was criticized by the Trump administration.
Well, it was happening. Where? I can't remember the exact.
Bitcoin was over 100K when Biden left. I said over 85K because I couldn't remember and I knew I wouldn't be wrong. But good to know. Thank you, Omar. I will say it did spike after Trump won the election. So I think it would probably be a little bit more accurate to go by before the election because like a lot of people were like, oh, Trump's going to be really good for Bitcoin. And so it spiked after the election. Not that it matters. It's fake internet money, but hey.
Country, but I know that
I don't know the country, but you say that it's happening?
It happened is what happened.
While the Paris ballroom scene has been featured as a new hotspot for the European LGBT community, there's no clear evidence it was funded by U.S. tax dollars. Love that for us. Love that for us.
It did happen. Yeah.
Where? I don't think that
I'm sure when you rewatch it, you can.
That didn't happen.
It did happen.
I love when they say this. This is like the third or fourth person that's like, when you rewatch the fact check, and all of them have been wrong. Every single one of them.
It did happen. Yeah, we had funding for things that are outside of the country for transgender balls, transgender plays, transgender balls. Yes, they exist.
Okay.
As well as condoms for places like in the Middle East.
Do you know why that is?
Why we paid for condoms for other countries?
Yeah. Do you know why that is?
Go ahead and tell me.
To prevent the spread of AIDS.
Well, maybe they should, to prevent the spread of AIDS.
Don't you think that if we can prevent the spread of AIDS, that helps the world?
I think that we should probably,
in this country?
I think that financially.
Because I would say that something that can spread across borders, something like AIDS, keeping that down is a really good thing.
She's never even considered that in her life. That was the first time her brain, you saw it, her brain had to absorb that and try to come to grips with it. She's developing an opinion in real time about this. She has never considered why we might want to fund condoms in other parts of the world. It looked like it hurt. No, it really did, actually. Hold on.
Prevent the spread of AIDS.
Well, maybe they should, to prevent the spread of AIDS.
Don't you think that if we can prevent the spread of AIDS, that helps the world?
I think that we should probably,
in this country?
I think that financially.
Because I would say that something that can spread across borders, something like AIDS, keeping that down is a really
well,
good
it doesn't
thing for
spread
America.
across borders if we keep the people
Really?
who aren't supposed to be here out of our
People don't get
country.
on planes and travel. So someone doesn't go visit. So an American citizen doesn't go to a place that in the Middle East, like you're describing, and then come back to America. That doesn't happen. So preventing the spread of AIDS in their countries can help us prevent the spread in our country.
Why don't we not pay for other countries' healthcare and we pay for our healthcare, considering our healthcare because of Obamacare just this year is about to spike because it got pushed off.
So is are contraceptives healthcare now? Can we just get that in writing for a second? Because I know y'all were shitting and pissing at the same time when we talked about it's not minestrone, that's a soup. It's a pill for women. It's a contraceptive pill for women. Someone help me. But misteferone, something like that. That was covered by healthcare. Mifepristone. Thank you.
Off artificially by the Biden administration. He artificially pushed off a lot of things.
I'm sure we could talk about healthcare till we're blue in the face, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Doge.
You think we should prioritize paying for condoms in other countries?
You approve more dollars to national debt than any other president in the history.
Just really quick, the amount of money that we spent on condoms around the world is probably like 0.1% of what healthcare of what universal healthcare would cost. 0.00001% of what universal healthcare would cost, which is something that she doesn't want. She's literally arguing. She would argue against it anyway, so I don't even know why she'd bring it up.
Of this country, congratulations!
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what Donald Trump did. That's what the Republicans you voted for did. The reality.
Do you know how much it increased under Biden? $900 billion.
Doge was
$900 billion.
If Doge was to exist to go and cut spending for the American people, that did not happen. And might I remind you, if you want to go talk about the amount of debt approved by each president, Donald Trump approved during his whole term $8.4 trillion. If you want.
Okay, so I just pulled up the fact check. In fiscal year of 2023. USAID provided a global total of roughly $8.2 million in male and female condoms, with the vast majority going to countries in Africa. 8.2 million in a year. Just to give you an idea of what we're referring to here, Donald Trump just sued the U.S. taxpayer for $10 billion. Okay, which is for MAGA that don't know how big a billion is. Okay, $1,200 years of condoms. 1,200. Not to mention the fact that, like, we take what Isaiah said. There's studies that show that USAID's funding of condoms and around the world, majority in Africa, have led to not only, of course, saving lives in those countries, but also benefits for the United States. I know, like I have to mention that part for the villains, right? Because they don't care. Oh, but 1 penny of my paycheck goes to saving people in Africa. I don't want it, right? So I have to also mention, actually, it also helps Americans, right? I know for you guys, if I said this only helps saving people from AIDS in Africa, it would still be worth it. But gotta say it for the side that hates children. It also helps Americans. There are studies that prove this. It's not just Isaiah's rhetoric.
Talk about what he approved in terms of without COVID-related spending. That's about $4.8 trillion within his first term. Joe Biden approved $4 trillion total, $2.4 trillion of which happened of non-COVID-related spending. The result of it, it doesn't matter what you're talking.
The fact check is exactly what Isaiah said, so I'm not going to bother reading it. It's literally to a T.
About because Joe Biden approved half the amount of debt than your savior Donald Trump did.
I don't consider him
That's
my
a
savior.
fact.
Jesus Christ is my savior. Let's make that clear. Donald Trump, I don't think Donald Trump is a Republican personally. I think he's a Democrat, and he's.
Oh, now he's a Democrat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he always has
been. It's news for me.
Really? Maybe
he just ran for president as a Republican. What, 3 times? He's
to win. To win.
So he's not a Republican, but he ran as a Republican.
What has he spent his whole life doing?
He's literally. So people can't change.
People can't change.
So you're now saying that Donald Trump is not a Republican? That's news to me.
Yeah,
I think that would be news for the majority of Americans that are watching him literally just run for.
This is, by the way, you know what this is? This is her admitting that she is further right than Donald Trump. That's what she's saying here, and there are a lot of people like that. By the way, we're seeing it with the 12% as of right now support for the Groyper that's running for governor in Florida. Right, so Byron Donalds has Trump support. Basically, is in line with Trump on everything, but he's not enough to the right for at least 12% as of right now of the Florida Republican Party. So that's what she's admitting, like calling Donald Trump the most far right president we've had since Andrew Jackson. I don't even know. Calling him a Democrat is fucking absurd.
President as a Republican 3 times.
You can register as a Republican because you can win as a Republican. He's openly said, I would register as an independent, but I'm not an independent and I won't win as one. Or do you think that they're just trying to win?
It's alarming to me
he never said
that we're now in 2025 and your argument is about whether or not Trump is a real
That's
Republican.
not my argument.
You're trying to deflect from the fact that Trump
I'm not
didn't do what he
deflecting.
said he was going to do with Doge. If you promise to go cut $2 trillion worth of spending and that does not happen, that's something that you have to be held accountable for. When you run on an idea of cutting $200 billion worth, that's something that you have to answer for. And for the millions of people in this country that actually thought that you guys were going to deliver them Doge checks, they're going to be waiting for it because you're not going to actually do it.
I don't think a lot of people expected that because, Trump isn't Biden who is handing out $2,000 to people for sitting at home.
That never happened.
Or, saying you don't have to, I got a check.
Oh, you're talking about this? You're talking about the
stimulus check
that Trump also gave?
I don't agree with stimulus checks. So
We're going to have to break that one down really quick. Okay. I want to make sure that I'm not going insane. So Isaiah mentioned that we didn't get the $2,000 Doge check. And she said, well, I don't think Republicans, did she say Republicans or conservatives? Doesn't matter. I don't think Republicans ever expected to get that because Donald Trump is not Joe Biden who gave away free $2,000 for just sitting at home. Aside from the fact that this is, again, one of these people admitting, I knew he was lying, but I'm submissive to him. I really, really am okay with being lied to. I'm a cuck. I love that chair in the hotel. Okay. Aside from that, so she says, none of us expected it because he's not Joe Biden who gave away free money. And Isaiah was like, wait, you're talking about the stimulus checks? Trump also did that. And she's like, well, I also don't agree with Trump. Your argument was, we didn't think we were going to get the Doge check because Trump isn't Biden. But also Trump is Biden. I hate it here. Let me out.
what are you talking about?
What are you talking? Because Doge made these promises about a Doge check. What are you?
Doge made the promises about a Doge check?
Yes, Elon made these.
Okay,
promises.
well, Elon's not my president. Elon's not my president.
Donald Trump also said that he would support that as well. What are you?
If it was available, he said he would support it.
Oh, if it was available, that's what it is now.
Yes.
What's so funny about this whole
thing, give me a laugh.
What conservatives do is that you guys can never take personal responsibility.
Says the people. Says the.
You can't do it.
I'm really sorry, but I can't hear that from the side of the aisle that is pro-choice, who can't even take accountability.
You'll do anything to distract from Doge. You'll do anything to distract. Because that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
You've tried to move the conversation a million different places, but the facts is that you cannot answer for the fact that you didn't go cut the spending that you're talking about. And the government of the United States is spending more money than it did last year. That's a fact that you can't run out of. So
I guess I wouldn't know the exact number.
So
why don't you enlighten me?
So we didn't decrease.
What's the exact number?
The
Can you tell
national
me?
debt's going up by $2.3 trillion, the deficit 1.8. You don't even know.
But that was already projected to do so. Even before Trump was in office, economists said we were going to go into recession and we were going too high in our spending. It was already happening.
So
and
you
things
ran
that
a
are happening and things that are
spending.
I didn't run any campaign. And things that are happening right now, inflation.
Isaiah is actually so masterful at this. When he says you guys can't take personal accountability. Every time he talks about like the Trump campaign and the promises he made that they are defending, he says, you ran a campaign. I didn't run a campaign. This is like that maybe the third time. I didn't run a campaign. You're the one defending the campaign. I love it how he tied it all together with saying that like you guys can't take personal responsibility. It's so true.
takes 12.
We're talking about Doge and spending.
I'm
what are you talking
about the price. You're the one who brought in the amount of spending we're doing this year, and honestly,
because that's what the argument that we're talking about is. You can't deflect from this.
I'm not
You're spending
deflecting.
more
I'm
money
showing
than
you
what you.
where everything that's happening now in our economy is because of the pushback.
We're talking about Doge. Stay focused.
Pause. We're out of time on this one. Thank you.
Has there been, outside of guest 2, who was kind of more of a conversation, has there been one of these people that Isaiah didn't absolutely mutilate? Like, this was this dude did okay, maybe the gas guy. Then there was this guy that was just the monologue crash out. I don't even know. Isaiah just sat there and he just crashed out. This is embarrassing. Oh my God.
My final surrounding claim is that Trump is terrible for the economy. What's up, brother?
So I want to speak about all of your claims at once, since I think they all tie into each other.
We're talking about the economy.
You think Trump is horrible for the economy. You think Trump is doing more for the wealthy than for rich people. You think Doge was a failure. You think Trump's immigration plan is horrible.
We're talking about the economy.
Right.
Let's make sure that we.
All right. So we can speak about the economy, but we've only been talking about the economy so far. You think that regular people care about gas prices, about grocery prices, about energy bills. I think regular people care about not being burnt alive on a subway, like Bethany McKee. I think
I might have to skip this guy. I actually think there's like so many things wrong with this already. So first of all, he's implying that regular people don't care about gas prices, grocery prices, and energy prices. That's literally the main thing that most Americans care about, right? But let's put that aside for a second. What this brown man with an accent is about to do is he is about to demonize other brown men with accents. Okay, that's what we're about to watch in real time.
care about not being stabbed in the neck like Irina Zaritska. I think they don't want people like Daniel Penny to be made into political prisoners for defending innocent people from criminals who've sometimes been let out 72 times by Democrats. So we can talk about the economy, but don't you think that crime is far more important? And Trump is doing far better on crime than Joe Biden ever did, than any Democrat ever did?
Okay, I'm going to step in here.
Right.
Every instance of crime should be prosecuted. I believe that Democrats support that, but that's not the subject. We can have a whole long conversation about crime. What I'm here to talk about is the fact that our economy is not moving in the right direction. We see that every single day.
Why did you say that?
I say that inflation is going up.
Oh, he's shaking. Wait, this dude is not okay. Hold on. Look at his face.
Action. We see that every single day.
Why did you say that?
I say that inflation is going up, energy bills are going up left and right. It's certainly not a good thing. Look at what's happening to the farmers, for example. We now have to go pay $12 billion to effectively subsidize them because the tariffs were not good for us.
Well, I'm going to still go back to what I was saying.
Brother, we're talking about the economy.
We've spoken enough about the economy. We've spoken for the past 45 minutes about the economy.
Well, that's the debate.
Bro, go do your own Jubilee then. Like, what do you... The idea that you're just going to say, okay, well, I can't defend the economy, so let me just talk about crime instead. Bro cannot lock in. One issue voter or what? I mean, I just don't. I don't even think, like, if Isaiah did engage on the on crime, the stats that he's providing aren't even correct anyway. The idea that there's some massive shift in crime, like violent crime has steadily decreased every year since 2020, every single year. It's just been steadily decreasing since the pandemic. So
that we're having. You're trying to change the subject. I don't know if you're unprepared about the prompts that's in front of us, but what we're talking about
I'm
today,
unprepared about the prompts.
you
Let's
seem
talk
to
about
not
all
want
three
to
of the
talk about the
prompts. Let's talk
economy.
about all the prompts
You seem
together.
to not want to talk about the economy.
Why don't we speak about all the prompts
Pause.
together?
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bro.
I bet you
Guys,
run a
yeah?
mean 100.
I don't. All right, so it's nice to
Faster than Trump, probably.
maybe he's a little old.
A little.
So you keep citing this figure of 2.7% inflation on the night of the election. You've also repeatedly said that inflation is up. It's actually, as of a couple of days ago, averaging at 2.7%. So you've kind of defeated yourself there.
That's not true.
That's true. That was published 2 days ago by the White House.
In December, the consumer price index rose 2.7% year over year, according to the BLS. Core inflation, which excludes more volatile food and energy indexes, rose 2.6%. So, like, if we take out food and energy, it's 2.6.
Core inflation in this country is about 3.1%. And besides,
Average
they've
inflation
refused,
is currently 2.7%.
And by the way, they've
December 9th.
refused to release inflation reports for a very long time. So
I think Isaiah's just like 1 quarter behind on this. It doesn't really change the metrics of the argument, though. Trump said he wanted to eliminate inflation.
Don't know what you're talking about with that. But
Sand fact check. People will see. But
yes, they will.
But average spend.
That was the first time. I think that as like the 5th or 6th person that said that, that's the first time that he actually is correct on the numbers. It doesn't change the merit of Isaiah's argument, but this dude is correct on the numbers.
For ordinary Americans, prices are actually going down for staple goods. Bread down, pasta down, shrimp down. Again, statistics that came out like 2 days ago.
You know the classic staple shrimp. Yo. Everyone check their pantry. You gotta have the essentials: bread, pasta, and shrimp.
I don't know about beef.
Beef is
chicken's down.
Beef
Eggs are
is at
down.
all-time
I don't know
highs.
about beef.
So what's happening across?
The reason he doesn't. Okay, so now he's being disingenuous. I don't know about beef. Why on earth would you not know about beef if you knew about shrimp and chicken? Very, very clear reason why.
The board. That's why you got to look at things as an average. Inflation.
Because he's already got enough of Trump's meat in his mouth. No, I'm kidding.
Is up. Core inflation.
No, it's not. It's down. It's at minimum. It's the same as it was.
It's about 3.1%.
No, that's just
And
not
the
true.
reality
It's
is, it's also here's what's also happening in this country. When you have to go give $12 billion as farm bailouts as a result of policies that are hurting our farmers across this country, those bailouts that are being used
To begin with, you're a Democrat. You don't not support farmer subsidies. I'd be surprised if that were the case.
Well, that's
but
not
farmers
the-
also need subsidies because they just lost a huge amount of an illegal slave class that was making their labor extremely cheap. They need to be able to subsidize that cost to make that payment possible.
So you realize what's happening as a result of
What do
American
farmers import?
You
They're
realize,
growing things here.
The worst faith argument of the past couple of years, okay, since I've been going live, I think the absolute worst faith argument is when they say, oh, Democrats don't want to deport the illegal immigrants because they want to keep them as slave laborers. Aside from the fact that Donald Trump literally proposed slavery a couple months ago, for those that missed it, he said, once a bunch of farmers went to Trump and said, hey, a lot of our employees are undocumented. This is going to be a problem if you deport all of them. He said, well, maybe we can do something where the farmers like keep an eye on the undocumented immigrants, make sure they don't get away, and then they can keep farming. Bro, literally reinventing slavery in real time. Aside from that, the reason the argument's so bad faith is because it implies that people that are coming here to find a better life, and a lot of those people are workers, farm workers. So, some of them go back, by the way, depending on the season, right? Agriculture workers. That they are being that Americans are taking advantage of their work, so they would rather we just expel them back to where they ran away from. Like if is your argument that you care about them? Because if you cared about them, then we would give them a pathway to citizenship so they'd make minimum wage. None of them will agree to that, right? They don't actually care. They're trying to use the concept that American businesses can pay under minimum wage, theoretically. Now, most don't, because most undocumented immigrants in like like major factory farms and stuff pay through ITINs, right? They pay taxes through ITINs, so they are employed legally. But I don't know if that's most. I might be lying, but a large portion are like paying taxes legally, and so they're not paid under the table, and then employers would pay at least minimum wage. But regardless of that, even if they are taking advantage of them, they're paying $5 an hour or whatever. Okay, so is your argument to make them get paid more? No, my argument is to send them back to where they were being paid $1 an hour. So you don't actually care. Why did you bring this up?
Well, hold on, wait a second. What's happening right now is that the inputs that are used by all of these farmers to grow their crops across this country are costing more money as a result of the tariffs that have been put in place. That does what to their production costs? It makes things go up, right?
I don't know what gets tariffs on farmers. I'm sorry.
Potash is something that was consistently tariffed.
We can probably start making that here.
I mean, well, the majority of our potash comes from places like Canada. What are you talking about?
We can start making it here.
But that's not the argument that we're having.
Do you want manufacturing to go up by producing that
That's
here?
not the argument that we're having. The argument
It's
is
an
that
economic argument.
The argument is that what you guys did by putting these tariffs in place made things more expensive. And now we have to go put a Band-Aid on these things by going up and putting $12 billion worth of farm subsidies directly as a result as a bailout because of the policies that you guys enacted.
You don't oppose bailouts. I'm confused why you're bringing this up.
Because the whole reason why we're having to do an emergency farm subsidy act effectively is because of the fact that you guys artificially raise the cost of everything that farmers have to do. They're struggling right now. There are more bankruptcies.
I think they would need that money.
Wait a second. Hold on, wait a second.
Portion of people
I just want to make sure that you understand this point very clearly. That we had more bankruptcies in the first quarter of this year for farmers than all of last year.
The Small Business Index actually reports that small businesses are highly optimistic right now.
We're talking about the amount of bankruptcies that were happening in this country as a result of the first quarter of this year. We're more than all of last year. That's a fact. If you go and you ask these farmers whether or not they would want this emergency bill, they would tell you no. They would say just release the tariffs that are destroying their businesses.
Well, farmers also want really cheap labor, and I don't because I believe in what's best for the country and not what's best for big businesses and huge business farms that do that.
The unemployment rate for American citizens is going up.
It takes time. We just fired a ton of people.
So now it takes time.
It does.
So,
we're in year one.
Fucking
So the point is that the policies that you guys are pushing are not delivering the result. You guys are making things.
We're getting a lot of money from tariffs, actually.
What's your argument for that?
We're making a lot of money off of it.
What's happening to the
subsidize the farmers.
What's happening to the deficit?
Probably going up because again, I want.
Yo, the pause is worse. The pause is actually even worse because I'm running it at 1.15.
So the deficit, but the amount of funding that ICE has received as an increase is not less than the amount of tariffs that you brought in. And by the way, who pays a tariff?
Importer.
It's all of us. The importer is the one that pays, and then they pass that price on directly to the consumer.
They can, yeah.
So you're bragging. So you're bragging.
Importers buy these things and they sell it to us. I don't think things should be easy.
So is the thing in front of us right?
So is the thing people who want to get jobs around here.
So is the question in front of us about whether or not you support American people basically paying for the largest tax increase in recent American history?
You are supporting big businesses by doing this.
What?
Tariffs hurt big businesses.
Tariffs hurt small farmers as well. That's why we had more bankruptcies for small farmers
We're getting
in the first
money
quarter
from
of this
tariffs,
year
which can
than everywhere
pay
else.
Those farmers through their subsidies.
Well, not if they can't afford to keep their farms because you guys literally have a situation in place where you're increasing bankruptcies left and right.
Farms aren't closing.
We literally had more bankruptcies in the first quarter of this year than all of last year.
Pause. We'll move on to the next debater.
Outside of getting the 2.7 versus the 3.1 number correct at the start, this was bad. This was, oh my lord.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Hey, brother.
All right, so I guess on the economy point, do you want to talk about tariffs or do you want to talk about the one big beautiful bill? Because those were kind of the two biggest points.
What tariffs? Whatever you want to talk about.
Sure. So I guess on tariffs, I mean, do you think that it is a good thing that other countries have tariffs on the United States and that those are allowed to go unchecked?
I think that when it comes to the American consumer, you guys raise people's prices by putting tariffs in place.
I mean, that wasn't the question I asked.
I think that's the result of the policies that you push.
Okay, so would you agree that it is a bad thing that other countries have tariffs on the United States?
It depends.
I don't think, well, okay, well, I guess.
Nuance destroyed his brain. He said it depends. Really quick, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing live political debates, discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for major political events or randomly if a friend of ours has a big Jubilee drop. Obviously, this was a out of schedule live. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those that want to watch the full reaction, so far we've still been live on YouTube. And I've paused and reacted so much. I think this falls under fair use. All right, Jubilee. I don't think you guys can. This is I'm fair. This is transformative. Okay. I'm commenting. I'm fact checking. All right. So make sure you're following you're subscribed to the YouTube if you want to watch my full reaction when this is uploaded after the live ends. All right.
I don't think it's a good thing for our businesses that they have to be charged to export their industries to other countries. I think that is a better thing for American business to boom if we get other countries, like we've seen in the UK and with EU trade agreements being negotiated out, so that we can get other countries to take their tariffs off of us. And that was the original point
the United
of the
Kingdom
tariffs.
take their tariffs off of us?
Bro, what was the guy behind him doing?
If we get other countries, like we've seen in the UK and with EU trade agreements being negotiated out, so that we can get other countries to take their tariffs off of us. And that was the original point
the United
of the
Kingdom
tariffs.
take their tariffs off of us?
We had a new trade agreement that had them lower their tariffs on the United States.
Did they take them off?
They lowered them.
So let me ask you a question. What would be the purpose of enacting tariffs on a country like Canada?
On Canada, well, you want to protect certain industries, and Canada also has a lot of tariffs on the United States, and to get them to have a trade agreement with the United States on that, I don't think it's.
Didn't we have free trade?
I don't think
with
it's.
Canada?
No, I don't think.
What was the United States Mexico Canada agreement?
Yeah, that wasn't in effect when Donald Trump took office.
Who negotiated the United States Mexico Canada agreement?
Look, I don't think
negotiated
it is not a good thing.
Who negotiated
It's not a good.
Do you know what it is?
It is not a
Do you
good
know what it
thing
is?
when
You
other
don't know what it
countries
is, do
are-
you?
Yes, I do.
What is it? Explain it.
Yeah, it was a trade agreement between the United States that overturned the previous NAFTA agreement.
And so what did it do?
It established the parameters.
So who negotiated it?
Donald Trump.
So Donald Trump negotiated the USMCA.
Yeah, we need to
the free trade agreement that was
Well,
governing over the
again,
United
it wasn't
States.
free trade. We need to renegotiate these trade agreements.
What
of
does
course.
what does NAFTA stand for?
North American Free Trade Agreement. That's what
So
was
that
before Donald
sounds
Trump.
like free trade.
Yeah, again, that was before. That wasn't.
And so
that wasn't in
and-
effect when Donald Trump
And
took
so
over.
then
in
US,
2025.
yes, it was. And so, well, first of all, the USMCA was effectively the same thing as NAFTA.
No, it
And so what changed?
I mean, the trade parameters changed, but like I said, I don't think it's a good thing.
Name one.
What do you mean?
What
name
changed?
One? I mean, for starters, lumber. The way that we trade lumber with Canada changed.
How?
I don't know the actual intricacies of the USMCA, but what I will say is I don't think it's a good thing.
So
when
we have free
countries
trade
like
with Canada.
I don't think it's a good thing when countries
So
like
why
the
did you
EU
go and put tariffs on a country that we had free trade with? What gets better than free?
Well, I guess with Canada, there's also the.
I mean, I didn't
There's,
know
there's
that-
also
that
the
there's
added part.
something better
There's
than
also
free,
the,
right?
there's also the added part with Canada that they were spreading propaganda into the United States, which isn't a good thing. That we have an ally spreading propaganda into the United States.
That has nothing to do with what
Yes, it is.
I'm just asking you.
Tariffs are a means
Why did you
of having
put tariffs
negotiating
on a
power over
country
other
that we had free trade with? It was free.
Yeah, because they're pumping propaganda into the United States.
They were pumping propaganda into the United
Yes.
States? How?
What do you mean how?
How?
It was like during the World Series, Canada propaganda to the United States. Of course, we're going to put tariffs on them for that. We
They
shouldn't have.
showed a commercial of Ronald Reagan in
Yeah,
his
we-
own words.
yeah,
so
we
that
shouldn't-
means
we shouldn't
that,
have other countries
So
that
wait a
are
second.
allies
So
coming
wait.
in and
So wait a
countersignaling the
second.
president
So
of the
wait a
United
second.
States.
So you just made Americans pay more for everything that comes from Canada because they showed a commercial you didn't like. That sounds like being a snowflake, if you ask me.
We should be holding our allies accountable.
Why are
yeah, when they
conservatives so
countersignal the United States
sensitive?
of America.
This is what happens when you have conservative government. They're so sensitive. They're over here raising your prices because they had a commercial that you don't like.
Tariffs don't raise prices. There was just a study.
What?
I believe Use Chicago that came out that tariffs actually don't raise the prices
Why
of goods.
would you go?
Okay, I'm just gonna read the fact check real quick, but this is chat. This is this is the way Isaiah is treating this Jubilee. Holy shit! Bro, slicing through them. Okay. From the December 2025 University of Chicago study on tariff incidents, on one hand, shipping lags, exemptions, and enforcement gaps have kept the actual implemented rates at only half of the statutory rates, moderating the tariff impacts. On the other hand,
Go put tariffs on a country we had free FREE.
tariff pass-through to U.S. import prices is almost 100%. So he cited a study that he didn't even read. They have it at almost 100%. This study has it at 96%.
Trade with.
I think that came out that tariffs
that you
don't raise
Wait.
tariffs don't raise prices. There was just a study.
What?
I believe Use Chicago that came out that tariffs actually don't raise the prices of
Why
goods.
would you go put tariffs on a country we had free FREE?
So the study says that the cost, the prices of goods isn't raising by the rate of the tariff because there are factors that are affecting the affecting the effective rate, but yeah, that make the effective rate different. However, nearly 100% of the cost is passed on to the consumer, and he used that as a source for him. What?
Yeah.
Trade with.
I think that we have a strategic advantage of having our lumber industry here in the United States. I don't want to be reliant upon Canada for our lumber.
Another study, this is the one I just showed you guys. Another study analyzing $4 trillion in international shipping orders shows American importers, thus American consumers, pay 96% of tariff costs. So this is the one I just showed. The one that he cited was actually worse than the one I've been using. Zazu, thank you so much for the league trophy. They aren't bringing their best. No, the problem is I think they are bringing their best. This is why Trump wants the whole Western Hemisphere. Oh my God, bro. This is fucking wild.
To go and achieve that aim.
Yeah, it makes it more expensive for imports to come to the United States so that businesses can relocate back to America.
So now if your disagreement was tariffs on lumber, your answer now is for tariffs on everything.
Again, yeah, you want to establish leverage for future trade agreements. That's how trade agreements work. That's how negotiations work.
And the leverage is to go and charge for something you are getting largely for free.
Again, because you want to have a strategic advantage of making it in the United States, obviously.
Free, and you've heard American businesses that does stuff with Canada as a result of that. The amount of trade that we've had for American companies that do business with Canada has decreased as a result of these policies. And now what's also happening is that Canada is now going all around the world to go look for other partners. It's why, for example, they're meeting with India, why they're meeting with the European Union. And when they go find these new partners, they're not going to want to go buy as much from the United States. So you know what these policies did because you guys were offended about a commercial? You sent our trade partners all the way around the world. You raised our prices as a result, and you screwed over American businesses. And that's not something that's good for the American people.
You're talking about Canada, but you don't.
Pause. You've been voted out. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. I like
Bonnie.
your shirt.
Oh, thank you. It says Donald Trump on it.
I didn't see that part.
Okay.
I didn't see that part.
Okay. You know a tariff is a tax, right? And Democrats love to tax people. So all of a sudden, the Democrat in the room doesn't want to tax anybody.
Well,
Donald Trump.
I just want to make sure I correct this. A corporate tax is a tax on profits. A tariff is a tax on raw goods. It's why, for example, your tariffs are making things more expensive.
Okay, when you bought
didn't know how that works.
Okay, you bought that watch.
Rolex? Is this a Rolex?
Whatever it is, the watch that you bought, there was a tax on that. It wasn't a corporate tax.
And Rolex,
this was tax.
And by the way, it's an Apple Watch, but Apple had to pay corporate tax, which, by the way, I want to raise that, by the way, for Apple, if you didn't know.
So you want to raise corporate taxes, yeah, but you don't want to raise tariffs. You don't want to talk about tariffs. But most of the tariffs, by the way, most of the tariffs are comparable tariffs. So whatever country is charging us.
This is not true in the slightest. Okay, aside from the fact that Isaiah is making an amazing point. Like whenever their argument is, "Oh, well, you guys are against the tariffs, which are gonna the cost passes on to the consumers, versus corporate tax rates where the costs don't pass on to the consumers." The difference is corporate taxes are on profits, whereas this is the tax on the raw goods coming in. So aside from Isaiah's amazing point, what she just said was that they are comparable tariffs. This is not true. The equation that was used to determine the tariff chart was based on trade deficits, not reciprocal tariff rates. It was literally saying like, because we buy more from this country than we sell to this country, or vice versa, we're going to change the rate of their tariff. The concept that there are reciprocal tariffs based on what they're charging us is a lie, full-blown lie. Her whole recycling bin is wine boxes.
Free trade with Canada.
I don't know if that's true. It's hard for me to talk about some of these debates. I like to talk about more principle type of stuff. But basically, Trump was trying to get comparable tariffs. So if a country was charging us 30% tariffs, we charge them.
So then he went. So he went to a country we had no tariffs with, and then added tariffs on them.
I'm not going to talk specifically about
because
Canada,
it doesn't make any sense.
But let me just say something else. The other thing about the tariffs,
the part
about tariffs was that he wanted to encourage companies to build and
manufacturing activity has
here.
declined.
We actually don't really need to trade with that many countries.
Manufacturing
we have oil,
activity in America
we
has
have
declined.
resources, we have farmland, and the reason why I think farmers are going out of business is because corporate people and dark money is buying up their property and forcing little farmers out. We have become a corporized farming country. It's BlackRock for one. It's bad news. That is preventing small farmers from...
I just want to make sure that I am not for these big wealthy corporations. I'm not one of those folks, right? So I agree that there's a lot of that that's going on that needs to stop. That's why it also doesn't really make much sense that you guys got rid of the Consumer Protection Bureau that was literally there to go and crack down on a lot of these things that was happening in this country. You got rid of that stuff, so I don't think
the Protection Bureau was probably very corrupt, like most of the government agencies, which is why Doge...
$26 billion directly back to the taxpayers in this country, that's something that's inherently corrupt. Here's the problem. You guys put these tariffs...
Jubilee, where's the fucking thing? Come on. CFPB return on investment. Okay. Having returned over $21 billion directly to people through enforcement and supervision, far exceeding its operational costs around $7.3 billion. This translates to more than $2 returned for every $1 spent. This is for Citizens for a Responsible Budget. CFPB, let me see if I could get to the original report. Hold on. We're doing Committee for a Responsible Budget. Okay, y'all can do a deep dive on this, but basically this right here is citing a report, and I don't know which of these blue things I have to click to get the report, but Isaiah's in Florida today. Isaiah's like less than an hour away from me today, but we're not going to be able to see each other, unfortunately. And so her argument was CFPB was probably corrupt.
Like most of the government agencies, which is why Doge...
$26 billion directly back to the taxpayers in this country, that's something that's inherently corrupt. Here's the problem. You guys put these tariffs on place, and now you raise people's prices. People's businesses are suffering as a result of these things that you guys have done.
Are prices going up or are prices going down? Gas is going down, eggs are going down, chicken is going down. Like I said, rice and pasta is going down. I don't know why you think...
I don't know.
Well, we need a little bit of inflation. Government wants like 2-3% inflation. That is the goal of government, is to have that kind of
country, my friend, whether you like it or not. And it's why people don't feel that great about the economy. It's why Republicans are losing everywhere across the country. And they tell you, and when you ask them why they're losing, it's because they say that they don't like the way that Donald Trump has raised their prices. And ultimately what's happening in this country is that your policies are making things more expensive for everybody in America.
Another reason why prices might be going up is because the value of the dollar is going down because they're printing so much. It's not that things are going up.
We literally had a net.
We literally going down.
Pause. Thank you.
Okay.
Isaiah will now choose a MAGA Republican to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Oh, no.
All right.
I chose Dennis for the final debate because he's running for the United States Congress, so let's see if he's prepared.
All right.
Okay, I got the source while we were waiting, by the way. Okay, so American Progress. 21 billion returned to consumers wronged by financial institutions. 205 million accounts eligible for relief. 8.6 million consumer complaints processed. And their budget was under 8 billion.
My surrounding claim is that Democrats hate America. Prove me wrong.
Prove you wrong?
Yeah.
That's a very subjective opinion.
No, it's very objective.
What is the point that you're trying to make.
It's
Why do you think
unbelievably. I mean,
Democrats
we're in
hate
California right now. We're in Los Angeles. This is a state that's been run for over 60 years by a Democrat supermajority. We've had Democrat governors for a plurality of almost 60 years as well. The last 12, it was Jerry Brown Jr., and now we have Gavin Newsom for 2 terms. And the state, not only are we running a historic deficit, but we just spent, as somebody mentioned here earlier, $25 billion in 5 years to solve the homelessness crisis. And that money just evaporated. It went all to NGOs, you know, Gavin Newsom's cronies, and there's no accountability. There's no interest in there being any sort of accountability. So much so.
All of the 25 billion is accounted for, by the way. Again, the report that they read with their eyes closed was that they don't have the metrics to determine the effectiveness of that 25 billion, like how it translated into success for the program for the homeless population. Is that Def Noodles? According to chat, yeah.
Oh, that LA County itself has spent over $1 billion to fix homelessness. Our current comptroller, Kevin Mejia, tried to do an audit, and the mayor, Karen Bass, communist, Karen Bass, yes, she's a communist, look it up, trained by Fidel Castro.
What is this whole argument about Democrats?
The whole, yes, she's a communist,
Okay.
look it up. To do
LA County approved $1.2 billion bond in 2016 to pay for homelessness programs. A 2022 audit found that half of those funds had actually been spent. Were the other half gone, or were the other half just not spent yet? It's over 10 years too, by the way.
an audit, and the mayor, Karen Bass, communist, Karen Bass, yes, she's a communist.
Okay, Bass told The Atlantic in 2020 that she went to Cuba multiple times as a member of the Venceremos Brigade, a U.S.-based group of communist sympathizers. The group says on its website that it was formed with the aid of the Communist Party, among others. I don't know anything about Karen Bass.
Okay, so
trained by Fidel Castro.
What is this whole argument about Democrats?
The whole thing is that it's about centralized power. They're all communist.
Bass told The Atlantic that she had seen Castro speak several times, but never met the dictator. In a 1983 LA Times article, characterized Bass as a leader of the brigade.
They're all Marxists. You're part of this. You're part of this infrastructure. Let me finish my point. Let me finish. Yes, that's exactly what I just stated.
So Joe Manchin is a communist?
Let me just finish my point.
John Fetterman is a Marxist?
Let me finish my point. Well, he's associating himself with that. Yes, your party. Your party's being eaten from within by the Democrat Socialists of America. That's how you get Zohran Mamdani out of New York. That's part of their goal. They're saying it literally.
You just described a party that has diversity of thought. That's kind of how.
That's not diversity of thought. Absolutely not.
That's what happens when you're not. That's what happens when you're not in a brainless.
Wait, that's not diversity of thought. When you have Joe Manchin and Zohran Mamdani in the same party, what is that other than diversity of thought? They are literally as far from each other as possible without becoming a fascist, right? They're so far away from each other without crossing over into republicanism. How is that not diverse? How is he going to say that that's not? You could say it is diversity of thought, but they're still both fucking communists or hate America or whatever. But how are you saying it's not?
Cole, like MAGA,
I'm just going to tell you this.
So you've got for example, a party in the Democratic Party is one that has folks like Joe Manchin and Zohran Mamdani. It's people with a wide array of a political spectrum.
You're being extremely disingenuous right now.
I just want to know from you, what is it that you're trying to say about Democrats that hate America? You're saying that half of America hates this country.
Let me finish. Let me do my point. Okay, you brought up Joe Manchin and you brought up John Fetterman. Two people that every time, John Fetterman specifically, he actually is a middle of the road guy. Let me finish my point. Okay, every time he sides with common sense policy that is coming from the let me finish my point, dude. Every time he sides with common sense policy, let me finish my point, bro. You're gonna let me. You're gonna just keep. I'm not flustered.
I can see it over you. Your eyes.
I'm not. Oh, now he's trying to play back what I did a minute ago.
Remember that one?
Yes, I do remember that one.
Look how the tables have turned.
Oh my God, dude, you're being so petty. Just let me finish my point, okay?
Okay.
You brought up Joe Manchin and John Fetterman, okay? Every time they side with common sense policy from Republicans, what happens? They get eaten alive by their own side. You watch Hassan Piker, you watch anybody on the left. They will eat them alive for siding with common sense.
Just to be clear, when he is citing Hassan Piker as his representative for the Democratic Party, Hassan, who did not endorse the Democratic candidate. Also, by the way, props to Isaiah, because this guy was a fucking asshole the first time he was up there, and I totally agree. Okay, in 2026, we need to start rage baiting evil people more often. Okay, I am totally cool with that. Why isn't Isaiah letting? Why isn't he letting Isaiah speak? Well, because he wants the monologue, which is what he did the first time. He has like a pre-written script. Isaiah's just all Isaiah's doing is just saying that worked out for you, and he can't. Instead of just finishing his thought, he's like, "Let me finish. Let me finish."
Sense. Things that people in Pennsylvania and their states want, not the Democrat orthodoxy. Okay, your party hates America. You look at Ilhan Omar. She got
so
no.
wait a second, I just want to make sure that this is
Ilhan
clear.
Omar got into Congress. Look this up, folks, with a negative net worth of $45,000.
Okay, so just so we're clear, he's about to make a fake statement about Ilhan Omar's net worth. He has yet to provide a reason why the Democratic Party hates America. Even like a false reason. He doesn't have to provide a single reason. He's just saying shit. Why are they so obsessed with her? So she is like the super target for them, right? Because it's like she's black, she's a woman, and she's Muslim. Foreign born. I don't think you're the only way it would get any like worse for as far as like hatred from the Republican Party is if she was also trans. Like she's the pinnacle of what they hate. She is all of the things they are afraid of. Yeah, exactly. She's just a strong, independent woman that doesn't dress like they think is typical. Yeah, I mean, they hate all strong, independent women. Okay, but like Ilhan is getting the bonus hate of being foreign-born and Muslim. So like, think how much they hated Kamala for being a black woman, and then just add that as well. It's a lot. Highest rank of competitive reason.
She's worth over $60 million. Explain that to me right now.
Because of the fact that there are people with a wide array of thoughts. And by the way, I just want to make sure
it is not.
I am not in the Joe
gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
John Fetterman era.
You're gaslighting.
That's not where I stand personally. I am a Barack Obama style Democrat. But ultimately, of course, right? I think he was a really good president. But at the but at the end of the day,
you support the one president. Wait, no. I want to take that back. No, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Democrats hate America.
You think Barack Obama was the greatest president when he unilaterally?
Okay, so I went ahead and fact-checked the Ilhan Omar claim. Okay, so in her latest financial disclosure filed in May of 2025 and covering 2024, Omar valued her husband's venture capital management firm at $5 million to $25 million and his winery at $1 million to $5 million. What is corrupt about marrying someone that has money? Also, yes, 60 million is a massive stretch, right? But like, I'm just so low. Like, how did she accomplish? What was the corruption there? And Trump made $1.4 billion this year. Yeah. Also, so like 60 billion is also way more than what the numbers I just said, which were like a range between like 5 and 25 million, right? Trump is suing the U.S. taxpayer for $10 billion. Like, for the rest of time, I don't think they'll ever be able to get over that one. Donald Trump is saying, all of you guys pay me $10 billion, and no number. The condoms. What was that? 50 million it was. I think it was 50 million over the course of the entire program. I think it was 8 million a year. $8 million in condoms. $10 billion. 1,200 years of condoms. Right? You know how many Mr. Ilhan Omar $10 billion is? Let's take his 60 million. Let's assume he's right. 60 million, okay? Okay, so that's 166 of Ilhan Omar's husband's net worths. And there's no fraud involved. To any of our knowledge, there's no evidence of fraud. He's just a rich guy, right? I thought this was America. This is $10 billion that Trump is asking from the American taxpayer. 166 times that. And we're mad about Ilhan Omar. Why?
Laterally called the most amount of drone strikes abroad and killed the most innocent civilians in the history of the United States presidency.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree with that, and that's exactly what I just said. Is that people?
But
can
you
have a
just said he was the
diversity of
greatest
thought.
president.
Excuse me.
No, diversity of thought is killing innocent civilians.
I hate to break.
Diversity of thought is killing innocent civilians. I don't know if he realizes this, but that statement doesn't make any sense. Even if your charge is that like we want innocent civilians killed, that could still be diversity of thought. I don't think he knows what diversity of thought means. I genuinely don't think he knows what that phrase means.
How is that diversity of thought?
I hate to break it to you, but Donald Trump also had an increase of drone strikes more than what was happening under Barack Obama. So you might want to go check your numbers, because if that's the marking of whether or not someone is a good president, your guy literally went and had more drone strikes.
According to a Rutgers study, Obama authorized more than 500 drone operations over his 2 terms in office. In terms of increase, this was multiple times higher than the George W. Bush administration, since the technology wasn't prevalent during his term.
I bet you.
The Bureau for Investigative Journalism lists 2,243 drone strikes in Trump's first 2 years in office. The Bureau counted 1,878 in Obama's 8 years in office. 2,243 in 2 years versus 1,878 in 8 years. So now what Isaiah's doing is the same thing I was doing to that guy before. That was Isaiah, an Isaiah hater. He's like, oh, Isaiah was sued once. That means he's a bad person. And it's like Isaiah wasn't even like the lawsuit hasn't even happened. Like it didn't even go to trial or anything. And it's like, okay, so if you were sued once, that makes you a bad person. Then what about a guy who's been sued 1,000 times and been convicted? What does that make you? And he's like, well, I'm not talking about Trump. Like what Isaiah's about to do is he's going to hold him to the same standard. It's like, okay, so are many drone strikes an indication of a bad president? Because if so, you should care about this, because this is way worse, and he's not going to engage with this. His brain will not allow it.
Still going to go to Mar-a-Lago and beg for his support, aren't you?
I didn't just sit here and say that Barack Obama is the greatest president.
Also, he's running for Congress. This guy, he has 170 followers on Twitter, by the way, where he announced it. In 2017, President Donald Trump allowed military drone strikes without his authorization, making the total number difficult to discern. This areas of operation authorization allowed military strikes in Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan, and Libya under an expanded list of Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria set under Obama. 177, apologies.
Knowing that he killed more civilians.
But Donald Trump had more drone strikes, but you still think he's a good president, right?
I didn't say that I approve of drone strikes. I'm calling
So it's almost like if you disagree with something, you can still support the politician overall. That's kind of how that works.
I'm literally calling out drone strikes. Do you understand how your cognitive dissonance is working?
You're trying to say...
He doesn't know what these phrases mean. Oh my God, he literally just... He doesn't know what diversity of thought means. He doesn't know what the cognitive dissonance means. Isaiah laid it out perfectly. He said, so what this is showing is that you can be against something a politician did and still support them. And rather than just acknowledging that, right? Like, that's cool. Like, because this is actually, he could take this as a W, right? He can say, okay, well, I'm against like a lot of the bad stuff Trump is doing. And so this is like a free W, right? Because as a Trump supporter, when Trump supporters get off when they can say, well, I don't agree with everything he does. Like, that's like, they just wet their pants with the white fluid with that. But he can't even take that. Like, he just doesn't even know what's happening. He's so far behind in this conversation.
That because I support Barack Obama and I disagree with drone strikes, that all of a sudden that's some type of failure in my reasoning, while you literally support Donald Trump, who had more drone strikes, and you still support him. You literally came dressed like him today. You're wearing the pin, you're wearing the tie, you're wearing everything. You came just like him.
Hold on 1 second. Wait. I just want to make a point here. He has a problem with somebody wearing the American flag. Pure Democrat. You hate America.
Notice the pivot. Isaiah summarized that beautifully. Like, I literally couldn't have said it better myself, because I didn't. I tried to say it, and then he said it better. And then he pivots to the pen.
You just made my point for me. Thank you so much.
And I said that you're dressed like Donald Trump.
Can you really shake my hand? Can you really shake my hand?
That I said that you're dressed like Donald Trump.
Oh my God, civility is done.
You came dressed like another. What are you talking about?
You have a problem with me, with the way I'm dressed.
This is so embarrassing. He said you dressed like Donald Trump. This guy hates America.
I'm wearing the American flag. I'm wearing American colors, red, white, and blue.
Because
you just said you have a problem. You made my point for me, bro.
I said that?
Yeah, you did.
What I said was that you're trying to say that because of I support Barack Obama, that has to mean that I support everything that he did. You support Donald Trump.
You're splitting hairs, bro.
You literally, this is your argument.
Your turn. Look,
you literally support a man that had more drone strikes.
I specifically called out drone strikes. You think that means that I support any president doing it?
Donald Trump had, and you literally.
You think you're literally having to put words into my mouth so you can exonerate yourself of a point that I made because you can't respond to it.
Your own argument.
No, you called Barack Obama the greatest president that ever was, and I said,
did I say that?
do you endorse his drone strikes? Yes, you did.
I said he was a great president.
So you think killing civilians makes somebody a great president?
So do you think Donald Trump was a great president?
I think he's doing a pretty good job compared to.
So you think a pretty good president is someone who had more drone strikes than Barack Obama?
I don't endorse drone strikes. No, I don't.
So it's almost like that's a wash then.
We're stuck in the same.
His brain is not. I feel like we're going around in circles. It's not working. It's not working. He can't do it. His brain is just—it's not making the connection. Isaiah's doing so. He's trying so hard to walk him through. He can't do it. If you think that a president is bad if they do drone strikes, then that would also apply to the president that you support. That's all. Isaiah's just using his logic. And it's not.
Just take it back for a second.
Because it didn't work out for you. That's kind of how that went.
Yeah, you can frame it however you want, but that's not actually what
I don't think libs of TikTok
people
like this one.
I think the people at home can see a lot better that you hate America and that you literally proved my point for me. You literally said that you have a problem with me wearing this suit where I have. Trump. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we're going back in circles. I'm trying to move the conversation forward. It's got nothing to do. I could argue about this for my whole life, but I think the good people at home would rather see something different.
Yeah, I'd pivot too if I were you. It's not working out well for you.
Okay. You can say whatever you want to save your ego. Here's the thing, okay? Prove to me that you don't hate America. I gave you a bunch of data.
Bro, wait, the fucking look at this smirk. Look at Isaiah.
Okay. Prove to me that you don't hate America. I gave you a bunch of data. Show one piece of policy from Democrats that's been good for the working class.
You asked me to prove whether or not I love America. I love America.
No. That's not what I asked you. That is not what I asked you.
Wanted me to prove
I asked for one piece of policy.
My grandparents worked their entire lives.
Look, the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is one of the most dishonest, self-serving parties in the history of this country. Well, it's been like this forever, okay? Ilhan Omar got into office. Okay, so defend Ilhan Omar. She got into office with a negative net worth of $45,000. She's worth $60 million now.
I'm not here to talk about...
Okay. Omar's financial disclosures from August 13th, 2020 showed she had a negative net worth due to student loans, which would put negative $45,000 in that range. Open Secret lists the same figure for the prior year.
Office with negative net worth of $45,000. She's worth $60 million now.
I'm not here to talk about...
Omar's 2024 annual disclosure statement filed on May 14th, 2025 lists asset ranges where the high end is north of $30 million, largely from a Washington, D.C. venture capital and a California winery. Both of those assets come from her husband, Tim Minett, a political consultant who Omar married in 2020. So it's literally, she married a rich guy. If you want to criticize her marrying a rich guy, because rich guys usually fucking suck, then maybe, I don't know. But like, what's the argument? What is it? She got into office and all of a sudden she's rich. This is correlation and causation. She married a rich man. That you guys love rich men. You're obsessed with rich men, actually.
AOC just went on a Stop the Oligarchy tour, spent $50,000 on luxury hotels and Bad Bunny concerts. How is that loving America?
Wait a second.
AOC joined U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders on a multi-stop fighting oligarchy tour that lists events across the country. It doesn't list any events in Puerto Rico.
Just want to make sure that something's clear.
No, just explain that to me. No, now you're trying to pivot. Now you're trying to pivot.
In December 11th Fox News story described nearly $50,000 in expenses from the Congresswoman's trips to Puerto Rico between June and September 2025. Snopes corroborated the amount through campaign finance reports, though there's no evidence any campaign funds were tied to a Bad Bunny concert, despite the Fox News headline.
I just want to make sure this is right. You're trying to say that someone increasing their net worth
in Congress,
in government per se, is indicative of someone who doesn't care about America, right?
You know what? Isaiah's not even wrong with what he's saying. But Isaiah doesn't even know, because obviously in Jubilee, you don't know in real time when you get their NPC talking points. Like if you haven't heard it before, you don't even know. Like this is like the easiest. She married a rich guy. Like this is. I'm glad I watched this, because now the next time I hear that, I'll be like, oh, she married a rich guy. It's super simple. She started with student loans and now she's worth $60 million. Yeah, she married a guy that was worth $60 million. Like what?
I think enriching yourself on the backs of Americans when you're there to serve is inherently dishonest, corrupt, and it is anti-American.
You think so?
Yeah.
How much has Donald Trump's net worth increased since he's been the president?
I know that he spent, for a fact, over $600 million in wrongful lawsuits that were brought by Letitia James and all of these crazy Democrats in the
He's not
judicial.
gonna answer.
How much what?
How much has his net worth increased since he's been president in 2025?
Well, you tell me.
$3.3 billion.
Forbes estimated the president's net worth at $3.9 billion in 2024. By September 2025, they estimated it had increased to $7.3 billion, a $3.4 billion increase. The fortune is largely tied to cryptocurrency, a highly volatile asset that is constantly changing. Remember, Trump coin is probably the biggest corruption scandal in American history outside of
blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you so much, Jody. Outside of maybe the fake elector plot. And we don't even talk about it. Foreign countries, foreign governments can just buy Trump coin.
Come on, man.
We don't know who's buying it, and Trump's family gets the money. Absolutely insane that this isn't the bigger story. Neely, thank you for the hand mustache. Also, he's literally trying to sue the U.S. for $10 billion. Like, hello. That came out after this was filmed. But yeah, I think that might be the kill shot from now on. Like, just anytime they talk about any kind of corruption, it's like, he is suing you for $10 billion. Let's talk about it.
He also had to spend. He also had to spend $600 million. He also had to spend $600 million on these lawsuits that you guys. These frivolous
600. By the way, just we're gonna do some math. So this guy maybe can catch up on it later. Okay, so 3.4 billion. $3.4 billion divided by 600 million. Damn, I had to add 3 more zeros. Hold on. Okay, 3.4 billion divided by 600 million. Okay, so he increased his net worth by 6 times the amount that they're referring to. So, thank you, Whitney. He said he's suing the Epstein estate over the documents that he signed into law to release. I mean, listen, I don't care about the Epstein estate. If he wants to sue them, that's fine. I don't know who's in charge of that. But just the amount of tricks that they do on it, okay? What they will do to justify this man's actions. They'll just do anything. They'll take it all. They'll take he can piss on them and call it rain, and they'll open their mouths. Dan, wouldn't it be 60 times? 3.4 billion divided by 600 million. No, I think I did the math right. No, he said 600 million in. No. 60 million was the Ilhan Omar thing. 600 million was the wrongful lawsuits, which is a lie. It's a lie. Like he sued because he's defrauding the United States, right? He sued because he tried to steal an election, right? It's already a lie. It's already if we take it all as true. Let's say yes. Oh, you know what? He was wrongfully sued. Oh, poor baby. Yes. You are allowed to steal our elections. You're allowed to try to steal our elections. It's okay. We will take it. We'll pay it. That's fine. This is still 6 times that amount. Right. So like, even if we grant them, that's what I hate so much about MAGA. They're not wrong about like one level. They're wrong about like 5 levels deep. 5 levels deep. Like, they'll be wrong about the numbers. They'll be wrong about the background. They'll be wrong about the consistency, and they'll be wrong about the logical conclusion. Like, they'll be wrong about so much. It's like, damn, this isn't even like a good debate. This isn't even difficult. Like, this isn't like debating like fiscal policy of whether we should raise or lower corporate taxes. Like, this is like, I have to get you to the same reality just to get through rungs 1, 2, and 3, and then finally walk you through rung 4 because your brain doesn't follow the conversation. Their foundation is incorrect. Yeah.
lawsuits
Nobody
you guys are bringing up.
has made more money off the
He's been an
presidency
independent businessman
than
his
Donald
entire
Trump.
life. He
He's
still
made more.
owns golf courses. His
No
son
one has
Eric,
made more than
his
him.
son Eric still
So
runs
if
the
your
golf
own,
courses.
so if your own logic is that making money in public office is indicative of someone who hates America,
it's
I
a
would
little
say the guy who's made more than anybody else in the history of America probably hates America,
this is
right?
an absolutely false equivalence.
That's not how that works, did it?
This is an absolutely false.
It is, you know what? It is false equivalency, but it's false equivalency in Isaiah's favor. Isaiah doesn't even know, because it's such a stupid talking point, that the reason that her net worth went up is because she married a rich dude. She married a rich guy. It's a false equivalency because Trump is not only worse by a factor of 60, right? But also he did it by scamming and grifting, whereas she did it by marrying somebody. Oh my God. This is...
That didn't work out well for you.
This is a false equivalence.
And your campaign is going to be struggling after
Oh,
today.
yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be fine, okay? Do you have a problem with Congress people enriching themselves off of insider trading?
I believe that we should ban insider trading 100%. And I support John Ossoff's
So
stop
are you
that.
going to
But
call
by the way,
are you going to call out the people in your party?
Here's the situation. You just made an argument that making money in public office is something that is inherently indicative of someone who hates America. You're literally cheerleading and dressing like the man who's made more money off the presidency than anybody else in history, and you don't want to call that out. Partially because he went and created a crypto coin. Partially because he created a crypto coin that he literally used taxpayer dollars to go meet with people as a result of those things. The crypto coin that he created.
What you're saying?
You don't want to talk about that, do you?
To begin with,
the crypto coin?
These are all, bro.
Do we know
he
who
was a
invested in his
businessman?
crypto coin?
He was a businessman to begin with.
Let me ask you this. Do we know who's investing in Trump's crypto coin?
Lay it on me.
Do we know?
Well, lay it on me.
We don't.
For sure?
Why are you bringing this up if you don't know?
Because the point is that he is literally making money, billions of dollars, off of a crypto coin that he literally is pushing, that we have no transparency on whatsoever. If that's not shady, I don't know what is. You have him literally spending our taxpayer dollars.
Oh wait, bro! Look at it! Look at his brain. His brain is doing it in real time. Look at it! Look at this man.
Whatsoever. If that's not shady, I don't know what is. You have him literally spending our taxpayer dollars to go meet with his crypto donors. And that doesn't sound like something that's inherently corrupt to you.
Who are the investors? What's the who created the meme coin?
literally
Give
one
me
of
all
the
information
people,
around
and
it.
here's what's funny about this.
doesn't even
Literally
know.
one of the people that he's literally went and has done favors for in office are investors to his meme coin. It's so laughable to me that you guys can't even say.
Name
How
them.
about
Why
this?
don't you name them specifically?
How about
name
this?
one person.
How about I don't know his name directly.
Exactly. Boom.
I don't know.
Thank you. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. You're just making shit up.
Because I can't give you the name. You didn't even know.
Yeah,
you didn't
I'm
even know
not
that Trump
sitting here
increased
and
drone
say-
strikes. What are you talking about?
I'm not
You literally have
sitting
done this entire time.
I'm not sitting here and talking about stuff that I don't know. You sit here, you cite all this stuff, you can't.
I'm not sitting here and talking about stuff I don't know.
Have a piece of data to back anything up. Thank God you're not in Congress, dude.
You won't be either. So
Oh, yeah?
congratulations. I guess we'll both be sitting right there together.
You better
right?
not bet against me, bro.
Okay.
You
What-
better not
who
bet
are you running
against
against?
me. Who do you think I'm running against?
I don't know. Who are you running against?
Guess.
Who?
I'm taking Adam Schiff's old seat.
Good luck with that. You know what? Because last time I checked, Proposition 50 just passed, and Gavin Newsom just drew all of
Oh,
the
so he
Republicans straight out of
supports
office.
authoritarian gerrymandering, folks.
You know what?
He
Because-
supports it.
and here's-
Wow.
Wait, did he just admit that the gerrymandering was authoritarian? So aside from the distinction between California's gerrymandering, where they voted on it, and then like Texas, where they didn't vote on it, I think he just admitted that like Trump supports authoritarianism. He just did it in real time. Like Trump asked Republican states to do this.
Here's
There
why.
you go.
Here's why.
Hates America.
Here's why. Here's why. Here's what it is. It was
You
the
hate
Republicans.
democracy.
Here's why.
You hate our
You
constitutional
don't want to let me
republic.
answer.
That's why you want to
Here's
redraw the
what it
map
is.
so it benefits you.
Here's what it is. The Republicans in Texas redrew the state of Texas to take 5 seats.
And why did that happen again?
And you thought,
Do you know about
that
Joe
Democrats
Biden?
were going to
Do
just
you-
sit around and do
yeah.
nothing. So what happened? We drew the Republicans straight out of office.
How about
and it's
how
gonna
about
happen.
you just look at what happened?
And-
You're
and
from
by the way-
Texas. In
and
fact,
by the way-
you're
by
from
the way,
Texas.
let me ask you this.
No.
Will
Let me ask you
support-
this.
Will you support
because
Kevin?
you've
wait a
got an
second.
absolutely false
Will
point
you
right now.
support
We're
Kevin
just gonna
Kiley?
talk over each
Will
other.
you support
This
Kevin
is
Kiley?
great.
Will you support Kevin Kiley's bill to ban partisan gerrymandering all across this country?
Before we get to that,
will
of
you
course-
support
of
Kevin
course I'll-
Kiley's bill?
Yes, I will support it.
Then why did
But-
the Republicans in Congress don't? Why don't they?
Well,
support
let me ask you a simple question. You're from
Why did
Texas.
they not vote for the
Let me
For the
ask you a
People
simple
Act?
question.
Why did they not vote
Let me
for the
ask
For
you a
the
simple
People Act to
question.
ban partisan gerrymandering
Are you going to let
back
me
in
ask you the
2020?
question? Or you're going to fill
Yep. For the People Act, HR 1 in 2021 would have banned partisan gerrymandering way before any of this would have happened. Republicans didn't even let it hit the floor.
Buster, let me ask you a simple question, okay? So, do you know about Joe Biden versus Galveston, Texas?
No.
You don't know about that lawsuit? No. The lawsuit that triggered the gerrymandering in Texas, that was brought on by Joe Biden. The gerrymandering, so Galveston, Texas tried to redraw the districts. They tried to draw minority coalition districts.
For what?
They were sued.
For what? Congressional seats or what?
They were redrawing those districts back when Joe Biden was president. Joe Biden, they were redrawing districts in Galveston, Texas.
What district?
I don't know specifically. This
now
is
you
this,
don't know.
Okay, look like Jubilee's not going to fact check it. The Biden administration, via the Department of Justice, okay, so it's not Joe Biden, it's the Department of Justice, sued Galveston County, Texas, alleging that their 2021 redistricting map violated the Voting Rights Act by eliminating the only majority-minority precinct, which threatened to remove the sole Democratic commissioner, Stephen Holmes. This legal battle, part of Petaway versus Galveston County, was joined by civil rights groups. Legal outcome, as of late 2024, the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Galveston County. So they upheld it. The case is considered a significant battlefront. So wait, they upheld it. So why would... let's hear his argument, I guess.
No.
Bro,
You're talking about a lawsuit you don't
this
know
is
now?
your state. You should know. You don't even know what I'm trying to explain to you, and you're trying to nitpick details. I'm explaining to you the decision and how we got to this point.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You just said you don't know.
I tricked you. How about that?
Oh, great. Wow, so you're a liar. That's great. Wow, truly. The kind of politician we don't need in Washington.
Pause. We're out of time. We're out of time. Thank you.
That was really embarrassing.
I think that he was definitely looking for a clip, but it didn't work out for him. The idea that Democrats hate America is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. And I think that ultimately what people saw was somebody that does not have any consistency in their argument, folks that are more concerned with being on the next libs of TikTok meme versus the people in this country that are paying more for everything. And I think that was abundantly clear.
It's really unfortunate that he turned his passion for politics and for civic involvement into something that I would just call poisonous.
I thought it was good. I thought he was entertaining. He had a good sense of humor about it. I don't think...
I think this guy actually might have done the best. And that is saying something because he did not do well. So there was two people. There was two people who I think were actually just didn't know anything and like were coming into the conversation in good faith and just kind of I think they can turn, right? There's two people. Then there was this guy who I think like his first argument I actually thought was an interesting argument, but then the rest of it like he kind of got blown out on. And then everyone else got decimated. This was like humiliating for anyone else that was in this video. Absolutely humiliating. The second dude didn't like do well. He was just open-minded, I think, is how I see it.
He addressed some of the points that, we were trying to hit, but some of us didn't address some of his points, so that just kind of goes with the territory.
He was very rehearsed. I feel like he would make a great politician, very like, y'all got the facial expressions.
What grade would you give Trump right now in his first year and second term?
Oh, Lord. This is going to be published. I would give him a C+, B minus, C+.
I may be a little harsh with this, but I'd say like a C+, maybe a low B, a B minus.
I would give Trump a C right now.
I agree that an A. The main reason why I voted for him and the reason I think it's such a big success was the One Big Beautiful Bill.
I wish he would do more to bring people across the aisle.
I think we should put Americans first, right? I don't like giving $40 billion to Argentina. I think that that's money going abroad that could be here helping our people.
Anti-war was such a strong reason for me to support him. And then I feel like he's been influenced with some neocons to, get involved in more conflicts abroad than we should be.
This guy I think was a groiper, right? We all saw this guy twice. Fucking got cooked both times. This guy, I honestly thought he was open-minded. I think obviously he was wrong about a lot of stuff, but I think this is somebody that we can maybe reach. She got decimated. His brain exploded. This was embarrassing. So like I said, I think he probably did the best. This dude crashed out the entire time, and Isaiah was just sitting there. Like it was literally like the angry small brain meme. It was literally like this the whole fucking time. It was so bad. Yeah, this guy was a groiper and did not do well, even if we ignore that part. This was really bad. She didn't. This dude got one. This was the other guy that I think he was open-minded and just didn't know anything, but he really got like he actually shut down. Airhead, yeah, airhead maybe is a good thing. Like this guy shut down. But at the very least, I don't think he was like the other ones. Like he wasn't like so deep that he was a lost cause. She got the Mar-a-Lago face without visiting Mar-a-Lago. This was really bad. Oh my God. This was so bad. This guy got one stat right at the start, but it was pretty bad after that. And then the one dude, what was it was so short. They voted him out so quickly. This guy actually just couldn't process. He didn't want to talk about the topic. Like he got up and he said, I don't want to talk about the topic. I want to talk about crime. And Isaiah just kept him on the topic and he started quivering. Like he was just, yeah. So this guy comes up again, gets just apocalyptically obliterated. I don't even know what happened here. Lambasted. Yeah, we got to start coming up with new words. I need a thesaurus for this. Yeah. No, it was it really was just I mean, the thing is a proper shellacking. Charlie Kirk, if you will, is fucking insane. The whispers dark money. The thing about this is, like, I want to say this might be the worst that MAGA has ever done in one of these, right? And so like in theory, Isaiah did the best. Like Isaiah cooked them the best, and obviously props to Isaiah. But also there's a bit of a selection bias because the further we get flummoxed, the further we get into this administration, the worse the pool of Trump supporters is gonna get, right? So like, Dean goes up against 20 Trump supporters before he even gets into office. Some of them might still have a brain up there, right? Some of them might. Whereas this one is in 2026. Like they're selecting the literal bottom of the barrel. Like these are people that if we didn't put labels on products, they would have passed on from natural selection at this point. The worst was Jordan Peterson, I think. Oh yeah. Well, okay, that was worse, but he was the one in the middle. Parker destroyed Peterson, the radioactive shrimp, if you will. Okay, y'all, I gotta get off. This was fun, and I'm glad you're all here. If you're not following, make sure you drop a follow. Tap the screen. Don't tap the screen. We're ending live. If you're not following, make sure to drop a follow. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, make sure to subscribe. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch. Obviously, there's subscriptions on Twitch, but they cost money. So you do all the free stuff, is what I'm asking. Let me get rid of this. Oh, I'll leave that up. All right. Have a good night, everybody.